do apologise.
We're live streaming now, Chairman.
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead, Sue.
Okay, welcome to the meeting. I'm Councillor Steele and Chair of this subcommittee. But today, in view of the large number of items on the agenda, I will be splitting the chairmanships today with the Vice Chair, Councillor Copsey, who will take the first session, after which we will take a short break. Please ensure microphones are switched to mute while speaking. Arrangements for dealing with planning applications. Officer's summary and update will be given. Items involving attendance by the public will be dealt with first, and speakers are restricted to 3 minutes with a warning when 30 seconds remain. Members to note the information given by officers and speakers. Any decision proposed which is contrary to the recommendations contained in the report will require reasons if the proposal is to refuse and reasons and conditions if the proposal is to approve the application. In accordance with the Council's equality policy, speakers are asked to refrain from making any comments which could be construed as being discriminatory or defamatory. Otherwise, it will be necessary to intervene. And I'm going to hand over to my Vice Chair now. John, if you are ready, please.
Councillor Steele. First item we have on our agenda is agenda item number 4, confirmation of tree preservation order at the properties of 14 and 26 Main Street and 2 and 3 Churchview and St Mary's Churchyard in the village of Kirkburn. So I'm going to ask the officers, are there any updates on this?
Chairman, declarations of interest.
Declarations of interest, surely, in minutes. Yeah.
Sorry.
I beg your pardon. I wasn't listening carefully there, and I was. Yes, I do apologise. Now I've lost my sheet. Sorry about that, Sue. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to declare an interest in item number 11 in that I've heard from one of the objectors. I made no comment.
Councillor Steele.
Yes, I've had communications on item 8 and item 11, but I've not made any comment. I also made an independent site visit to Grangers Road in Hornsey. The applicant did actually come out of his dwelling, but I kept a good distance and I did not express an opinion. Walkingston, I don't know if it's relevant, but I did have a site visit previously on this item during the previous application.
Thank you. Councillor Jefferson.
Yes, please may I say this, item 6, I have viewed this literally from my car. I didn't actually speak to anyone or see anyone. I've also viewed page 73, which is obviously an outline. I have gone to that area and looked, but not spoken to anyone whatsoever. But I have got an interest on, obviously, page 87, item 9. I did do a walk down what isn't a public right-of-way and looked at the site, and the applicant did come out and speak, but I did not express any interest whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Councillor Greenwood.
I've got a non-pecuniary interest in item number 7 and item number 13.
Very good. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I have two items to express an interest. One is item number 2 in the respect of, sorry, I beg your pardon, try again. Item number 4 in respect of the tree preservation. Because this falls within my ward, I am aware of the background to this and have discussed previously with the parish council this issue, but I've not made any specific comment. Also, in regard to item number 11, I've also had communications, I think, like everybody else on this item, but have not expressed any opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Can I just ask you if you have declared your interest to lower your hands just to make life a little easier for me? Thank you. Councillor, where are we? Councillor Eagley.
Thank you, Chair. Item 11, East Riding Leisure. I'd like to declare I've had conversations with Councillor Nickerson, with various Beverley Town councillors on the planning committee. I've had a very detailed report from Abby Carver on behalf of the residents. I have also independently consulted with a technical specialist, chartered engineer, expert in CHP technology to understand some technical detail behind this technology, which I will be referring to. I have not at any point expressed any particular view on this application.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Councillor Scow.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've made site visits on my own on pages, applications on pages 30, 87, 100 and 173. Not giving any opinions or speaking to anybody, and I've received a communication by email on application on page 125. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Scow, you're a well-travelled man then. Councillor Tucker.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Okay, I undertook independent site visits on agenda item number 6 to Bridlington, also agenda item number 12 to Bridlington. I didn't meet anybody and expressed no opinion whatsoever. I've received multiple correspondence on agenda item number 11, and apart from acknowledging and an email saying I've received that correspondence and thanking them, I've offered no opinion whatsoever. And I also received a telephone call from the applicant on agenda item number 10. My advice to the applicant was to contact his ward councillors, and I believe he's done that. And again, I offered no opinion whatsoever. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. I think I've just got one left there. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 11, Framingate, I've had multiple emails, and item 12, had a very brief conversation with the applicant, but didn't express any opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. Moving on to agenda item 2. Oh, just one moment. Did you want to come in there, Gemma?
Yes, please. Could I just have a little bit more information from Councillor Greenwood regarding the non-pecuniary interests? Yes. She just referred to the fact that she had them on 2 items. I just wonder whether she could just elaborate slightly, please.
Oh, well, I'm the ward representative for item 7 and 13, and I am going to speak on this a bit.
Okay.
On both.
Thank you.
Okay, then, if I may, agenda item number 2, to approve as correct record the minutes of the meeting of the subcommittee held on 22nd of March 2021, pages 1 to 6.
Move, Chairman.
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. The minutes are approved. Do we have any withdrawals?
Withdrawals, Chairman.
No withdrawals. So, moving on to agenda item number 4, pages 7 to 10. Confirmation of tree preservation order, as I've already stated. Properties of 14 and 26 Main Street, 2 and 3 Church View, and St Mary's Churchyard in the village of Kirkman. Do we have any updates?
Good afternoon, Chair. Alan Hemingway, the Principal Tree Officer. I've no updates, but I thought I'd just give you a brief update on the understanding of why this report's actually been presented to the committee. Normally, when tree preservation orders are made, they're made as a provisional order effectively for 6 months. During that period, there is a period of consultation where objections may be received. If no objections are received, then the order is normally confirmed through delegated powers. But in this instance, there was an objection received from the owners of 14 Main Street regarding the inclusion of a dawn redwood tree to the front of their property. And that's why this is the reason why the report has been presented to the committee for your consideration. There are some photographs if you'd like me to go through them, if that's helpful.
Yes, I think we'd like to have a quick look at those.
Well, the tree that's shown in the picture at the moment is the dawn redwood that's actually in front of 14 Main Street. It's a very visual tree, very prominent in the street. There are very few large trees of this prominence in that location. This is, if you look at your plan of the order, the numbered plan, this is tree T4, which is a fine, magnificent sycamore tree in the centre of, or to the eastern boundary of the churchyard in the village.
Lovely.
The next one. These tree 7 and tree 8 are actually T2 and T3 on the plan, which are in front of 2 and 4 Church View. This is a view taken from the churchyard, which shows you the prominence and the size and the maturity of these trees, rather than taking it from actually in the street itself. This is another mature sycamore tree, which is behind 24 Main Street, T7 on the order. It is located in a rear garden, but the next photograph should show that it's highly visible from a public footpath. It's annotated as tree 6 on that photograph. And then just to the right of that, you can see again the 2 sycamore trees in Church View. Next one. This is, sorry about, apologise for this picture, but this is trees 5 and 6, which are located in the churchyard adjacent to 24 Main Street. So there are 2 beech trees, 2 fairly prominent trees when you view them from the street scene.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious of time, and I think, given the amount of items we have on the agenda, I'm going to move swiftly on now and go straight to you, Councillor Chadwick. You had your hand up first.
I'd just like to comment that how Kirkburn, how lucky they are to have all those trees. Absolutely wonderful. Could I just ask the tree officer, the Redwood, the T1, what's the life expectancy of this tree? I know it's 30 to 35 years old now, but what's the life expectancy of an average Redwood?
I would think probably in this environment and this location, you'd probably expect the tree to live up to at least 100 years old.
Okay, then I'm quite happy with that, and I'm prepared to move the officer's recommendation or move the preservation order forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, more than happy to move Councillor Chadwick's move of the provisional tree order be confirmed without modification. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Very quickly, then, Councillor Lee, I'll move to you and then we'll move to the vote.
I've been preempted, Chair. I was going to second, so I'm very happy to.
Oh, well done. Thank you.
So I'm fine. Thank you.
Michelle, then, if we could, we've had a proposer and a seconder. Can we move to the vote, please?
Yeah, so this is just to approve the officer recommendation as set out in the report, proposed by Councillor Chadwick, seconded by Councillor Tucker. Members, please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against? Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Scow.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
For.
And Councillor Still.
For.
So that's unanimous and that's approved.
Thank you very much. Always nice to do something green. The next item on our agenda item number 4. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Agenda item number 5, pages 11 to 29. This is the erection of a dwelling following demolition of existing 56 Woodall Way, Millscroft. Do we have any updates?
I have no updates on this one, Chairman.
I believe we have a speaker on this one, Mr. Andrew Dodds, the applicant. Mr. Dodds, you have 3 minutes. You'll get a warning at 30 seconds remaining. Mr. Dodds, you must be on mute.
Well, Mr. Dodds, are you there?
I thought I saw him waving.
All right, am I back on? Is that it?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Ah, brilliant, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. After working closely with Jonathan Smith, our architect, and speaking with Daniel in planning, this application comes before you today with the recommendation for approval from the planning officers. There are no objections from the various consultees, and any objections from the objectors, which was number 4 and number 6 Redwood Lane, have been addressed in the planning officer's report, namely concerns we were having a balcony, which we're not and we never were, to be fair. Also, the creation of a drive leading to the rear, which is something I wanted to give added security for my works van, which carries a lot of expensive equipment. But can I just say that one of the objectors it put in at this point, made by Mr. P. Hornsey regarding the hedge removal to the border between us and number 60, which is our immediate neighbour, was not as he described. We removed a section of dead and dying conifers, which offered no security to either side, and we replaced it with a sturdy fence. The beneficiaries of number 60 were highly delighted and thanked us for a neat job. This was all totally done at our own expense. My wife and I bought this property with a view to making this our forever home for us and our family. We have invested a lot of time, effort and money to come up with a scheme that allows us to enjoy with our 4 children in a safe environment close to friends and grandparents. The scheme presented to you today represents not only a home for us, but we feel it will breathe life into an unloved property. The design is both creative, whilst we feel it's still considerate to our neighbours. And we feel it will add to the street scene of Woodall Way, not detract. It is over a year since we first began this application, April the 1st to be exact. Maybe that was an omen. Our lives have been on hold. Hopefully you will support the officer's recommendation so we can begin work on our new home. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dodds. Am I right in thinking Councillor Johnson wished to speak on this one, or am I thinking of another application?
I don't know of any other speakers.
There's no other speakers on the list.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, my screen just went off then. I don't see any hands up. Has anybody? Oh, Councillor Ely.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to assist Mr. Dodds in taking his life off hold with this one. This does fall into St Mary's ward. I think it does introduce a modern contemporary dwelling into the street scene, and it's not without precedent. If you look at the map, at the plan there on page 27, it's property number 56. If you look at property number 52, you'll see 52A. That was also a property that received planning permission and has been turned into a modern contemporary dwelling, which has enhanced the lives of the residents. I don't see that this one would be any different in the behind number 56. I would therefore like to move officer's recommendation for approval and seek a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Tucker.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, Councillor Healy, you've got your seconder. I echo everything you say, and I'm delighted to second Councillor Healy, his move. Thank you.
I see no further speakers on this item, so as we have no further speakers, no hands up. I don't see any hands up. Nobody waving. Okay, Michelle, can we move to the vote, please?
Certainly, yeah. So the motion to approve this application, as per the officer's recommendations, has been proposed by Councillor Healy and seconded by Councillor Tucker. Members, please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion? Councillor Chadwick.
Just a minute.
Sorry, Councillor Chadwick, was that for?
For, yes.
Councillor Compsey.
For.
I'll speak to you 1 minute.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
4.
Councillor Rogers.
4.
Councillor Scow.
4.
Councillor Tucker.
4.
And Councillor Steele.
4.
And that's unanimously approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6. Erection of 3 dwellings with associated access and parking and erection of 1.8 metre fence. It's page 30. Do we have any updates?
Yes, I do just have an update, Chair. A number of responses to an earlier reconsultation have been received since the publication of the report. These are from Nature Conservation, Land Drainage and Yorkshire Water, and all 3 of those advise that they have no further comments. Bridlington Town Council have also responded to confirm that they fully support the referral to subcommittee, and they would like to fully investigate issues regarding parking. All of these comments have been addressed in the report already. Thank you.
I see no hands up. Nobody wished to speak on this item.
I think you have a councillor.
Sorry, may I just interrupt just to mention that I'm registered to speak?
Speakers, yeah.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Britton. Yes, you are. So, Mr. Britton, you have 3 minutes. You'll get a warning at 30 seconds.
Members of the committee, the application has been brought forward to you today following some concerns from neighbours. The case officer has addressed the impact on all neighbours individually, summarised in the committee report. Those conclusions state clearly that the impact on those neighbours is acceptable and reasonable. This is partly owing to amended plans submitted to the council prior to committee. Neighbours have also raised concern over the highways impact. However, following liaison with the Highways Department, revised plans were submitted to satisfy previous concerns. Therefore, neighbour comments on this topic are now out of date as they have since been addressed to the council's satisfaction. We disagree with the case officer's view that there is a significant impact on the Hurst property's garden space. Following development, there will still be a 19.6 metre separation distance between the front of the proposed dwellings and the fence of the main garden area remaining to the Hurst property. This is far in excess of the 10 metre measurement quoted in the committee report as acceptable to boundaries with other gardens. There is a clear patio. There is a small patio, to the Hurst property, which the case officer does refer to being around 8.3 metres away. However, the vast majority of the garden space is much further away, overall providing an acceptable private amenity space to the Hurst property. 2 off-street parking spaces have been provided for each new dwelling, utilising a courtyard-style approach to the front. I fail to see how this can cause alleged noise and disturbance when the alternative is parking on the street, which is already at capacity. This would no doubt lead to further complaint that the development cannot provide its own parking. The properties in this street have to park on street outside their homes, and therefore parking is only around 4 metres from their front doors. Therefore, we fail to see how proximity of communal car parking from these dwellings causes any more noise over and above that which exists, including many other residential streets where existing properties are built near to the road and footpath, as is the case in this area. We do not agree that the proposal represents poor design and is in fact of an almost identical size and design to all of the other houses on this street. We therefore respectfully ask that the application is approved to bring this sustainable site into use. However, should the committee have any doubt on the comments provided or the detail of the scheme, we urge them to propose a site visit to fully understand the characteristics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just having a technical issue here. Just excuse me, I just lost my screen.
So, Chair, we've got another speaker. Councillor Walker to speak as well.
Okay, Councillor Walker, you know the rules. You have 3 minutes and you'll get a warning at 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This section of St John's Walk has the Gypsy Race on one side and the Victorian Villa and its garden on the other. This development would certainly have an impact. The mature hedge would be gone, replaced by the hard surfaces required to achieve the minimum highway safety at this sharp bend in the road. And beyond, the hard landscape needed for 8 vehicles to park and turn. Above the fence, the three-storey houses would be highly visible. These would certainly cast a shadow across the neighbouring gardens of Borough Road, but it is their dominance of the host dwelling where all the associated issues would be most keenly felt. This proposal is for 3 family houses, hives of activity with the general hubbub of urban living. Number 14 St John's Walk would be totally overlooked, without any realistic prospect of mitigation. And the site would be changed to hard, busy, and inevitably noisy. This does nothing to enhance the area or the amenity of any of its neighbours. This development is inappropriate and seeks to greatly overdevelop what is essentially a back garden, to the detriment of this characterful area. So I urge this committee to refuse this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chairman. I've looked at this carefully, and to me, this is overdevelopment of that site, and it will have an impact on the host dwelling, and particularly the access to it. So, Chairman, I would move officer's recommendation on this and refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise, my colleague, Councillor Steele, and also referring to Councillor Walker, I think when you look at the detail of this, it is it encroaches on neighbouring properties. I'm not really comfortable with it at all, I'm afraid. I do think overdevelopment is the right word for this. So I'm afraid I don't approve it. And from my side, I'd like to second Councillor Steele, please.
Can I just confirm, Councillor Lee, are you seconding Councillor Steele's proposal, Councillor?
I am. I'm seconding Councillor Steele.
I'll just move to Councillor Chadwick, and then I have no more speakers. We'll move to the vote after you, Councillor Chadwick.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I agree entirely. The loss of the hedge, which in that area, I know that area well, and I've been down there fairly regularly over the years. The loss of that hedge, which is very prominent, and there aren't that many hedges down that area, so that I think that's highly valued in the street. Overdevelopment of the site, so fully agree. So excuse the form, but I fully agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Norman, do you have your hand up?
I do, John. Yes, for some reason.
You're actually showing a green tick.
So, for some reason, my raised hands aren't going up. I don't know why, but that's technology for you, isn't it? It's wonderful. Yes, like Councillor Walker, this property is in my ward also, as it is yourselves, Chairman. I'm interested in what the applicant was saying about amended plans and revised plans. Can I just confirm with Anna that the plans which we have in the papers here are the most up-to-date versions?
Yes, through you, Chair. These are the most up-to-date versions. What the agent was saying there was that they have submitted amended plans to address some of officers' concerns and some of the neighbours' comments in terms of the relationship with surrounding neighbours, but officers feel that they haven't gone far enough, and that's why the recommendation is still for refusal. So the application is being determined on the basis of those amended plans, which are the ones that are in the report, but is still recommended for refusal.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Yes, I would actually concur with the other councillors so far. I do believe that it is overdevelopment. I think if the applicant had gone for 2 properties in his back garden, then that would have probably been acceptable. but as it stands in front of us today, I would move for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Yes, it is in my ward, and if I can put my 2 pence in, yeah, I agree. I think it is overdevelopment in this area. So we have a proposer and we have a seconder, Michelle. May we go to the vote, please?
Of course, Chair. So we've got a motion to refuse this application as set out in the officer's report. This has been proposed by Councillor Steele and seconded by Councillor Lee. Please, members, can you state whether you're voting for or against this motion? Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Steele.
For.
Councillor Scow.
For.
Councillor Tucker. Councillor Tucker.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
And so that is unanimous and that's refused.
Thank you very much. Item agenda number 7. Page 47. We have 3 speakers, I believe. The first one being Brian Jones. Oh, sorry, do we have any updates?
I do have an update on this one, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to let members know, since the agenda was published, we have received revised detailed landscaping plan, and this is submitted to show taller tree planting specimens within the landscaping belt, which is what we'd requested. This is to enable quicker establishment and screening of the development. And in addition, regarding surface materials for the exterior of the building, the applicant has requested that final details are dealt with by condition for approval later, although they have indicated they would intend to pick suitable materials that are in character with the site's context and the contemporary appearance of the building. So I would now change the recommendation to approval today without deferral, subject to amended landscaping condition and additional condition for approval of final materials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can move to the first speaker then, that's Mr. Brian Jones, I believe. Mr. Jones, you have 3 minutes and you'll get a warning at 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here to speak against the revised plans for the techno development site. Can I firstly draw the committee's attention to the way the development has been described? The developer throughout has called it a petrol station with ancillary shop. It is our argument that what has now been submitted is a shop with an ancillary petrol station, the opposite of what was granted outline permission. The proposed retail area is now double in size from that in the outline application, and the number of parking spaces has increased from 8 to 16. This means that the closure threat from this larger shop to community facilities in the nearby villages of Cherry Burton, Walkington and Bishop Burton is now much greater than it was when outline permission was granted. If the recent pandemic has taught us anything, it is that our village shops are vital to the health and well-being of each of our communities. Residents depend on them for accessible services such as groceries, post office, cash, postage, and local deliveries. There is no point in giving them our thanks if we then take actions that force them to close or reduce the service they provide. Please refuse this application or put a condition requiring the retail element to have a net shop area of no more than 160 square metres, as previously suggested by the applicant. We understand that the petrol station is to be open 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. In our view, the buffer zone will not be adequate protection for nearby residents against the 24 hours of noise, disturbance and nuisance that will ensue from the people and traffic using the facility. In past applications for this site, and indeed when outline planning for this development was granted, the committee has been sensitive to these matters and has imposed restrictions on the hours of operation to protect nearby residents. Please look again at restricting the operational hours of the facility to ensure the amenity of neighbours is protected and they are not disturbed during the night or the early hours of the morning. In this planning application, I believe the committee is also faced with an abuse of the planning system, where a consultation phase and an outline proposal are based on an application whose character is fundamentally altered when it comes to this detailed stage. Public confidence in the planning process will be lost if developers are allowed to proceed in this way. I respectfully urge the committee to make sure this shop is ancillary to the petrol station, not its opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We have one more speaker on this item, Mr. Jason Tate. Mr. Tate, you have 3 minutes and you'll get a warning at 30 seconds.
Hello, Chairman. Thank you, members. So members will be familiar with this brownfield site. It's got a long history of employment use and a former factory premises which burnt down some years ago. It had planning permission for redevelopment in the past, and the last planning permission the council granted last year included approval for a petrol filling station. This is obviously the reserved matters associated with that, not the principle of the development. The proposals are not overly complicated, really. It's a petrol filling station. It occupies a frontage location of the site necessary for the occupier to attract passing motorists. The layout includes substantial landscape buffer to the listed farmhouse to the north, a key principle of the outline planning permission, and it has been supported by your conservation officer in terms of the extent of that buffer. It uses the access as approved at the outline stage, and it includes the usual petrol pump island, as well as bays for electric vehicle charging and suitable turning areas for deliveries, and the obvious petrol filling station building itself. There were 5 matters I just wanted to make clear, and it addresses some of the points raised earlier. First, this is approval for a petrol station. The shop in planning terms has to be ancillary to the petrol station. It isn't a shop in its own right, so it would change the use class if it was a shop. Second, there are lots of references to the size of the shop. However, the building contains more than just the ancillary shop. It will obviously have toilets, back of house facilities for storage. It'll sell motor spares and oils. It also may well have a small sandwich kiosk or a coffee takeaway, which are typical of petrol stations. So it's not, all the building is not all shop. Admittedly, many of the comments and objections were raised before we submitted amended plans. And thirdly, there are a lot of emotive and incorrect figures being bandied around about the suggested building being now 2 or 3 times bigger than was illustratively shown at the outline stage. That's not the case. The officer's report, as members I'm sure will have read at paragraph 7.4, explains the matter clearly. The application was submitted with a building floor space of 485 square metres, but we've reduced it to 380 square metres. And in so doing, we've identified the back of house area. So the actual shop area or trading area is only 275 square metres. At the outline stage, we assessed and proposed a shop of 250 square metres. So there is an increase, but it's 25 square metres difference. And I think it's significantly unfair to suggest that that's significant. Essentially, it's not much bigger than many people's lounges. Fourth, the proposed proposals were considered at appeal on the site opposite the roundabout last year, and impacts on the village shop were not considered to be significant to refuse permission. And fifthly, there's no objections from highways or your planning policy officers or conservation officers. I hope members therefore will be able to approve the application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate, for clearing up those items. With Councillor Gatesill.
Yes, good afternoon.
Councillor Gatesill, you have 3 minutes and you'll get one in at 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much. We're all familiar, I think, with outline planning applications for, say, 30 houses that then turn into final proposals for 60 houses. This deplorable practice wholly undermines the system and purpose of outline planning applications. And this application before you today presents a very similar issue. If the size of the shop now proposed had been advanced initially, it is very doubtful the planning permission, outline planning permission, would have been granted at all. The developer here has used this tactic to persuade first officers and then hopefully this committee into agreement to vastly increase the size of the shop. If one looks to the outline planning permission, following the public consultations, amendments were suggested by the developer in which it was stated that a restriction on the size of the ancillary shop, for example, to a net shop area of no more than 160 square metres, or even less if the council considers it necessary. That was the proposal that was then put forward. Now we have something vastly different. At the public meetings attended by Beverley Rural councillors, Bishop Burton Parish councillors, and a large number of residents, everyone was against these proposals. And it was clear that the main factor, or one of the major factors, was the impact that it would have upon shops in Bishop Burton, Cherry Burton, and Walkington. These are all valuable community hubs. Originally, at outline stage, a very small shop was envisaged, the sort of thing that would serve the needs of passing motorists. Now the shop is vastly increased, the number of parking spaces serving it vastly increased. It is now not, strictly speaking, ancillary to the petrol at all. The report before you states that in the opinion of the officer, the store is unlikely to affect other shops. This isn't a technical matter, it's a factual matter. It's not a matter for technical knowledge or expertise. It's no more valid an opinion than mine. It's not as good as the opinion of all the local residents and the parish council.
I'm afraid that's time, Councillor Gackett.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councillor Tucker, you have your hand up.
I do, Chairman, but as addition, I'm quite happy to give way to Councillor Greenwood if she wants to speak first, if that's acceptable to you, Chairman. I see your hand.
Acceptable to me. Councillor Greenwood, I can't see Councillor Greenwood.
Yes, my hand is up.
Have I lost it? Have you got your hand up, Councillor Greenwood? I do apologise.
I have indeed. Yes, I have.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to say a few words on this. I'm one of the ward councillors. And, you know, I refer you to page 58, 7.1. We have overdevelopment here. This has been impacted today by the second application for another petrol station. We had already made a decision on the first one, which went to appeal, and it was approved, and we were overturned. Now we're confronted with this one again. There are significant points to be raised here and answered. This application is only 160 metres away from the first BP/MS petrol station with its shop. Impact on another shop to be included to the petrol station is an unsustainable situation. 3, litter problems increases where there are stopping places. These have been given no consideration whatsoever. It's pandemic in this area. And lighting for a 24/7 operation beggars belief in this countryside location. We haven't been advised by anyone on this. Item 5. Noise is a huge factor here. For the neighbours close by, huge vehicles add an impact, including the cars with some drivers having sporting exhausts fitted to their cars, motorbikes and the like, all add factor of the noise. 6. And where are the supposed electric points on the plans we have been given? I personally can't see any. And the landscaping, we've now had a change, haven't we? The landscaping was appalling and needed to be addressed. But, you know, it's still not sustainable. Now go to page 59, 7.7. On balance, this is totally unacceptable. To say this will not affect the village shops of Cherry Burton, Bishop Burton and Walkington. These shops are the lifeline of these villages. A large number of our residents are already elderly and use the post offices as their way of communications and banking facilities. Local farmers and businesses use the banking system that the post offices provide. And the shops provide services to us, our residents. And a petrol station with shops does not provide that. We're talking about communities here. And I will go to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. Now, before I come to you, Councillor Tucker, I'm going to ask any of the officers would like to respond to some of Councillor Greenwood's comments.
Well, I think all I could probably provide is perhaps a summary of where we're at. So, as Councillor Greenwood stated, there is a consent in place on this site across the road, on the other side of the roundabout, which was allowed on appeal. And that was a full consent, so that exists now for a petrol station and shop. On the site we're looking at today, this council has granted an outline consent for mixed use of industrial units and a petrol filling station with shop. And this reserved matters application is only looking at the petrol station and shop at this time, so it's part of the site. So in terms of the principle, we have already got consent for a petrol station and shops. We can't revisit that now, that's extant. What we're looking at today is the detail for that scheme, so scale, layout, its appearance and the landscaping. And I would ask the members focus on those matters. Scale obviously is relevant, so the size of the shop is relevant. But I think we've explained in the report about the issues surrounding the retail impact and being careful not to cross the line into competition, which isn't a planning consideration. It's about, retail impact, and the policies in the plan and the national planning policy framework don't really give a clear steer about impact on sort of smaller shops rather than town centres. So there's nothing really to hang an argument on there. A couple of the detailed matters I think were mentioned. Regarding the lighting, obviously the proposal is for 24/7 operation, and as officers we don't consider that would be harmful. The site across the road that was allowed on appeal didn't have an hours restriction on its use. There was only an hours restriction on deliveries to and from the site. So that one could be open 24/7, so it wouldn't really be reasonable in terms of landscape impact to argue this one couldn't be the same. In terms of electric charging points, they are on the plan. They're just in front of the petrol station building. So we have got those on there. There is a condition for those to be provided. If there's anything else in detail you want me to comment on, if you let me know, I'll have to come back.
Thank you for that detailed and professional explanation. And I apologise for putting you on the spot. Councillor Tucker, you've been waiting a while.
No, not a problem, Chairman. Okay, well, I was actually chairing this committee when this outline planning permission was granted. And I have to say, what we're looking at today looks significantly different to what we thought was looking at back, many months ago. I thought Mr. Bryn Jones, I believe it is, or Brian Jones, I thought he was very eloquent. And actually, I share a lot of those concerns, as I do with Councillor Gateshill and also in Councillor Greenwood. Now, there's a couple of things that really worry me, and I'll tell you where I am with this. On 7.7, as Councillor Greenwood quite rightly pointed out, it says on balance, that's the retail area of the postcode is larger than indicated. Yeah, it's significantly larger, and I can see the fact. But my primary concern, Victoria, and I'll address Victoria because I've worked out that you're going to handle this one, is on page 63. Now, what concerns me here is 7.27, 7.28, and 7.29. And I'm not going to read them all out, but I'm sure members can read them quite quickly. And what it says here is a lot of the conditions are still yet to be met. They're not ready. The lighting needs to be addressed properly. The construction scheme for storage and disposal of trade waste needs doing. The external lighting, the emissions management plan still needs doing. I think we're a million miles away from this. And my problem I'm going to have today is, putting my name to something that I don't think is ready. And could change yet again if we delegate. Now it says here, the outline permission has also included a number of conditions of the interests of residential amenities. We have real people on the back of this. We have people living close by with this will have a profound impact on them. We're talking about, nothing, it still says here, the amenity still needs to be complied with. Restriction of the hours of operation, restriction hours of operation, the plant, the power, and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. So I'm not going to refuse this because, we are where we are with this. Outline was granted, but I have a lot of concerns. So I'm going to do something slightly different. And I don't know if anybody will back me on this, but I'm going to move deferral. I want to see this as it is going to look when it's ready for signing off, because at the moment, I don't think it's ready. I think there's a lot of things missing from this. I think, there's a lot of permissions, a lot of conditions still needed adhering to. So that's where I sit, Chairman. I'm not happy with this. I fully support Councillor Greenwood and Councillor Gatesell and Mr. Jones. And I think work needs to be done by the applicant to make sure this is in the best interest, not just the applicant, but of those residents who live close by. And I think until we cross our T's and dot our I's, we aren't ready for this yet. So therefore my move would be to defer. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. I think I had Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my learned colleagues prior to me. I was going to erring towards the same sort of thought process. I must confess, the issue with regards to local shops is very, very important for all of our residents, and I think that I concur with a lot of the sentiments, particularly with Councillor Greenwood's presentation. I'm not convinced always that these types of shops are destination shops. I don't think they are. I think they're convenient shops. When you're filling up with petrol, you buy a bag of sweets or you buy a sandwich, or I don't think people go in to buy their weekly grocery in these places in the main. I'm sure there are exceptions. So although I really understand the sentiment with regards to the local shop issue, I don't really think in practice that this really bears out in reality. And I don't think the likelihood is that it would affect local shops that much, if at all, because, obviously I think most people know that, try to find a petrol station at the right place. And I know there's one obviously very close by, but obviously you need to be on the right side of the carriageway to access these premises safely. Cutting across carriageways is never a good thing, and turning round and that type of thing. So I think the need for this is probably there. Obviously, as Victoria's already indicated, the issue with regards to today is not so much the principle. Obviously, it's an excellent permission already. Therefore, I do absolutely agree with what Councillor Tucker said about the issue with regards to some of the details not being ready. So it's a difficult one, and I know that this is always going to be quite emotive locally, but I would actually like to second Councillor Tucker's recommendation for a deferral, because I think those issues on page 63, 727 to 729 are real, and I think that there are things which really need to be ironed out in more detail before we can actually see the shape of this in a bit more detail. So, as I said, I would like to second Councillor Tucker's recommendation for deferral and then brought back to this committee, please.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Sorry, Victoria, I see you have your hand up. Did you want to come in at this point?
I did, Chairman, thank you. Sorry, I was trying to wave at you, but you couldn't see me. I just wanted to comment on the point made by Councillor Tucker about paragraphs 7.27 and 28. Those conditions that were mentioned, it's not a criticism that those information isn't here. What we were pointing out to members is that there are conditions on the outline consent that need to be complied with, but the applicant isn't obliged to do that at this stage. They are conditions to be complied with before they can start development. And that basically what we're trying to highlight there is there are some areas that we will still be looking at in further detail, such as construction management and that kind of thing, but they're not things that we can ask the applicant to deal with at this point in time. They are matters that they're entitled to deal with after they've had the reserve matters approved. So it's not really something we can't realistically defer the application to require them to submit those details, because they're not required to do that at this stage of the application. It wouldn't be reasonable to do that. So just wanted to be clear that we're just highlighting to members that there are still controls in place here. We've got other things to be dealing with by condition, but I wouldn't suggest that you can deal with them at this point, because the applicant's not obliged to do that at this point in time. Thank you.
Chairman, if I may, can I come back on that, please?
Yes, I was just going to come to you, Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on that, Victoria, because one of the things that in 7.27 talks about external lighting for sale. Okay, well, external lighting can have a profound impact on local people. If they get the lighting wrong, that surely that has to be part of the planning application that we do. Otherwise, you know, they could put floodlights there, they could put uplighters, downlighters, who knows? You know, I know it's okay saying in the future you have control of that, but actually it's the members of this committee who decide whether this application will be go through or not. I'm not saying we're going to refuse this, Victoria, in the slightest, because it's on a brownfield site and it's already got outlined. What I'm saying is the devil is in the detail. And at the end of this, you've got ward councillors and you've got local residents that it will have an impact on. And I think it's our duty to make sure that, you know, things are in place, because, you know, restrictions of operation and restrictions of construction, that's going to have an impact on local people. And that has to be agreed. Now, at the moment, it hasn't. And these conditions haven't been met. And that's where I'm coming from. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that will get refused. What I'm saying is we need to cross our T's and dot our I's. And as a member of this committee that's been brought back to us, because it does look different to the application I looked at many, many moons ago. And I just want to make sure the right deal is for the residents and the impacts, particularly around lighting. Because that was one of the big arguments about the other application opposite, was that, you know, the impacts on the dark skies. And that's where I'm coming from, Victoria. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Gemma, I see you have your hand up, and you also, Victoria. I don't know which one of you in first. Do you want to agree between yourselves?
I'll be very brief, if that's okay, Vicky. I was just really just going to explain to members that the paragraph section 7 to 8 particularly, it just refers to the fact that we've granted outline permission already, and that outline permission had conditions on, and we do that all the time. We always put conditions on applications that come before us. And on this application, the planning officer has listed those things that we're going to be dealing with by way of condition. So it wouldn't be reasonable for them to go back on that outline decision and start adding extra layers of requirements here. Sorry, Vicky, do you want to add to that a bit further?
I mean, no, probably I would have said something similar, other than to also just to clarify, you know, we're not saying these things won't be dealt with, they will be dealt with, but like with most full and outline applications, there are conditions which are then agreed, obviously, at a later date through delegated authority, but that is in common with most other applications. And the other thing I was going to comment in terms of your concerns about lighting, the full application on the opposite side that was allowed on appeal also has a condition to agree external lighting in the same way that this committee is already imposed on the outline. So I say we just have to be reasonable in what we're expecting the applicant to do at this stage, and it wouldn't be reasonable to go away and say they've got to submit all of their conditions at this point, because they're not obliged to do that until such time as they wish to start the development, basically. So it's just being clear about what we've done in the past and what we need to do here, really.
Thank you. Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. My comments would be that I believe that there's a possibility that the developer may have seen that, of course, the BP M&S development on the other side of the road has been given permission. M&S, as everybody knows, is very much seen as being a pillar of retail, and of course it may well attract more people there rather than just a petrol station. And therefore, is it possible that they've increased the size of their shop area in order to use that trade which is going to the M&S? On that basis, I would personally say that the size of the shop which we are talking about this afternoon is too large. It's more like a medium-sized convenience store, even at the 285 square metres which the applicant is saying. I do believe it's too large. How we get around that, I don't know, because obviously at outline, then it was just an outline size, and right now it's at this size. So we've just got to kind of take it as it's read. I would personally like to go down the same lines as Councillor Tucker and have it deferred until especially the external lighting is designed and in place. That way we can have the full scheme in sight, and then we can look at size and lighting, which both aspects are extremely important to the local population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Councillor Healy.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things I want to say, really. First of all, I want to take this point about the impact on local shops, which is an important point, but it's not a planning matter. I'm also not sure that it's correct, regardless of the size of the shop. I think the shops in Walkington and Cherryburton and Bishop Burton, they are community hubs and they provide a community service for those villagers. Almost exclusively, I would suggest that people in the villages walk to the village shop. And they're unlikely, I think, to get into their cars and drive out of Cherryburton to this shop when they could walk to the local village shop that they support. I mean, it was spoken earlier by the objector about the whole business of showing support for village shops. Well, you show you support village shops by giving them your trade. And if the people, the residents of Cherryburton and Walkington really support their village shops, they will not get into their motor cars and drive a mile to support this shop. So I'm not sure that that's really an issue. However, there is an important issue here relating to the scale. And this is a reserve matter. The matters relating to the scale, layout, appearance and landscaping were reserved for future consideration. That is now, and that is what we are considering. Now, I hear this point about deferring it, and I can see that that is an attractive solution in some way. But whatever cosmetics are done with lighting and stuff of that kind, they're still going to come back with the same size shop. They're not going to go away and come back with a smaller shop, I don't think. So I think it's a binary choice, rightly or wrongly. If you think, and if we think that this scale is too large, then I think the only option we have on the table is to refuse. If, however, we're happy with it, then you know we approve it. So for those of us who are thinking that it's too large, therefore we'll defer it and come back at a future date, I think that just kicks it into the long grass. I think if we think it's too large and the scale is not correct, then our option today is to refuse it. So those are the points that I would just want to make at this point until everybody else has had a say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ely. I'm going to come to you, Councillor Jefferson, then Councillor Steele, and then I'm going to let Councillor Greenwood close the debate.
Sorry, Chair, can I just clarify something? So it is Councillor Healy seconded Councillor Greenwood's move to refuse. Is that right?
Well, I didn't actually say that.
That's what I just wanted to clarify.
No, well, what I said was that is our only option. I mean, I'm not ruling out seconding it, but I just at this stage wanted to hear the debate, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Jefferson.
Well, then I'd be very happy to second Councillor Greenwood. I believe she's given us a very, very good outline of how she sees it and how her residents see that planning. We can see how the parish councils see the planning. And I believe, having been on the original outline planning application, which I wasn't all that pleased about, I have to say that the shop is too large. I also have to say that the lighting, if we are aware, as we've just been told, that across the road they got theirs on appeal, that doesn't make me feel that I should be allowing the same thing on this side just because they've got it on the opposite side of the road. I believe the light pollution in that area will be appalling. And therefore, I am very, very happy to second Councillor Greenwood. And I hear what Councillor Healy says, and I think he's absolutely correct. But I think we need to know what we're doing. To defer something is simply to put it out there to come back again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to throw something else into the mix for the officers. Maybe they can just clarify for me. I know the Conservation Officer was objecting. Have those objections been satisfied? Because apparently the application was amended during its submission. He was concerned about the detrimental impact on the setting of the listed building.
Officers, you're on the spot today. Can you
Right,
respond
I'm just going to the right page on my agenda. Yeah,
Victoria.
Page 54. Page 54 does confirm that the Conservation Officer's latest comments are that the revised scheme overcame his objection. Thank you.
Thank you. And that included removal of the wash bays as well?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Greenwood.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to say, and back what Councillor Jeffson has said, deferring it is deferring it for another day. And at the end of the day, what everyone is almost afraid of, they'll go to appeal, and possibly everybody's thinking the appeal will be overturned like the other one was, and they'll get the petrol station. Well, all right. We don't need 2 petrol stations. Let's have some common sense here. Common sense. I'm sorry, Victoria, to go against all your officers, but now we are dealing what we're dealing with. 2 petrol stations, 160 metres apart from each other, in a countryside situation. We're not down a dual carriageway, you know, at both sides, like going to Willoughby or down to Waitrose, where you've got 2 sides. We're not like that. We're in a country situation. Please, let's come get some reality into this. Thank you. I know I speak with emotion. I speak with emotion because I care about this part of the East Riding. It is lovely countryside, and this is an appalling situation, unsustainable. One of those petrol stations won't do very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. I think we all appreciate your passion. Sorry, someone else speaking. Somebody not on mute. Okay. My 2 penneth on this one. I think everybody's scared we're going to get 2 petrol stations here. I don't think we will. I think it'll be the first one off the starter's block. Will be the one who builds, and the other one's going to go, well, there's already one there, and back off. That's not written in stone, but that would be the way I'd be looking at it if I was in this kind of business. However, that's irrelevant. We're looking at what's on the table in front of us, and we have 2 proposals on the table here. I'm not sure, Councillor Tucker, did you want to come back in? Did you have something to add there?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I was just going to add very briefly, it isn't the fear of appeal was the reason I was moving for deferment. All I was asking for was further clarity, particularly around the lighting, the size of the building. But however, you know, I've listened to the debate and I can see certain councillors throwing their hands up in despair. But I make no apologies for that whatsoever. Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Victoria, did you want to come back in finally and then we'll move to...
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the point again, because I think it's important that the fact there may be 2 petrol stations, the ship has sailed on that point. There is an outline consent on this site for a petrol station with a shop. So we have to move past that in principle. And I just want to make sure the focus of this application is on the appearance, the scale, the landscaping. Those matters are for debate and for consideration. And if you're concerned there's harm from those, that's fine. But just please be focused on those issues, because the fact that there could be a second petrol station, whether we like it or not, is a fact. So we just need to focus on the facts, please. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, we've got 2 proposals. I don't know which one we need to go with first. I'll leave that to you.
That's fine. We've got 2 proposals, one for deferral and the other one to refuse. So the one that we would take first would be the to vote on the one proposing deferral, as that's an amendment to the officer recommendation to approve. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I just want to clarify.
Just before we go, Gemma's got her hand
okay.
up.
I actually think Michelle might just be going on to ask for a clarification.
I was just going to say that, yeah. Not at all. I was just going to say, I just want to clarify that Councillor Tucker, who proposed this, and Councillor Lee, their reasons for deferral, and are they both in agreement with their reasons? Is that okay, Gemma?
Yeah. Right. Would you like me to give my reasons again? Just a nod of the head will do. Yes, right. I'm speaking to Gemma. I was looking at Michelle. Okay, my reasons for deferment are this. One is I want to know the actual size of the shop, because I think that's important for the local people. But more importantly, I want to defer because of reasons on 7.27 and 7.28, where there's a lot of conditions, and I know conditions are fluid, but there's certain conditions that I think we need to know as a committee what they're going to look like. And although external lighting and our hours of operation will be conditioned, I'd like to know what the hours of operation are and what the lighting looks like and what the impact will be on the amenities for local residents. And at the moment, I don't feel that I know that, and that's why I wanted to defer, because I want to know exactly what it looks like and what the impact will be upon those local people. I think Gemma's got a hand up, Chairman.
Gemma, what do you like to say?
Yeah, just to reiterate what was mentioned by myself and Victoria earlier, really, Councillor Tucker. I totally appreciate if you want more details regarding the size of the shop and any details regarding the Reserve Matters application that we've got in front of us today. So scale, layout, appearance and landscaping, those are more than reasonable. But obviously we spoke earlier about the conditions that were already placed upon the outline, and requiring them to comply with those at this stage would be unreasonable. So to defer on that basis, I think you need to maybe have just a final rethink, if that's okay, Councillor Tucker.
No, I've had a final rethink, and I'm going to stand fast. I mean, it's more about, I want to know more about the lighting, I want to know about the size and scale, and I want to be convinced that the impact on local residents will not be profound. And that's where I'm coming from.
Is it more appearance, Councillor Tucker, that you're referring to in relation to lighting then?
Yeah, well, no, it's the impact of lighting. I mean, if somebody said they're going to put 4 big floodlights up there, which light up half of East Yorkshire, I'd be deeply unhappy. If it was sensitive down lighting and the operations of business was going to be, reasonable, I wouldn't have a problem. As I said earlier, I don't want to particularly refuse the application because we've given outline and we agree that it's on a brownfield site. But I just want to make sure that, it's done in the right way. And I feel at the moment, I don't have that information. And maybe I'm going off on a tangent here, but I just want to make sure that the residents are fully informed and this committee is fully informed.
That's acceptable, Gemma.
I think we've clarified the reasons from Councillor Tucker. I still believe it perhaps strays into the fact that we've put those as conditions, but obviously Councillor Tucker is aware of my concerns on that point. In relation to the shop, what exactly do you need in relation to the shop, Councillor Tucker? What about size?
Size and scale. Because when we looked at this originally, when it came to committee and we granted the outline planning permission, it looked radically different. And what I don't want the petrol station, which was on the first application, to be ancillary to the shop. I want the shop to be ancillary to the petrol station.
Understand that point, Councillor Tucker. I think that's perhaps quite a lot of detail of that is within the application committee report, detailing that particular point. Is there something missing that perhaps you need?
There's absolutely nothing I need. I just need to know what I need to, before I cast my vote, I want to know what it's going to look like. I want to know what the lighting is going to look like. I want to know I want to make an informed decision of how it's going to impact on those local residents. And at the moment, maybe I haven't got the insight of others, but I don't think I've got that knowledge at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lee, very quickly.
Ultra quick, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Look, I mean, I completely understand what Victoria said about, obviously these things are subject to conditions, but if this committee is going to do its job properly, I believe that we should have a bit more detail in terms of the final look. I don't have quite the sensitivity about the shop size. Obviously, there's a limit to that, but at the same time, I don't believe that these shops, as I said earlier on, are destination shops. They're convenient ones for people who are travelling along arguably a main road, the 1079, and veering off for a quick bite to eat or a quick snack or whatever. I don't think people are coming to do their weekly shop there. So a few extra yards or square meters rather in the shop isn't so important from my perspective, but I do think we need a bit more detail if this committee is going to be able to do its job and approve something which is reasonable for the local residents, reasonable in terms of its looks and appearance for my colleagues and those particularly who are representing the ward. So I think we owe it to all of the residents locally to actually have a bit more detail. So it's not to criticise that these details aren't here now, but I think that the deferral was a good solution purely because it then allows the officers and the applicants to go away and finalise those details and then bring it back to this committee for approval. I'm similar to Councillor Tucker. I had no intention really of suggesting a refusal today. My thoughts were really to ensure that the appearance and the effect of this application didn't have a detrimental effect on the immediately surrounding areas. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to actually have a bit more details so that we can have another arguably quick look at it, if that's capable, in another occasion, so that we can, if it's like, approve something a bit more finalised. That's my view.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Very quickly, Councillor Lee, and then I'm just going to Victoria as her hand up.
Well, thank you. I just think this is procrastination and dancing around it and kicking it into the grass. I mean, the bottom line is, this is relating to the scale. At this point, if we don't like this matters relating to the scale and the layout, if we think it's too big or whatever at this stage, then the option is to refuse it, not to sort of send it back. I mean, the bottom line is, if you want to send it back and get them to build something smaller, then you refuse it, and they might come back with another plan. But this proposal does seem to be dancing around it. And in terms of Councillor Lee obviously wanting to do it on behalf of the residents, well, I think the residents and the ward councillor has made it very clear what they want, which is a refusal. And if this is refused, then it may well come back, because they've still got outline planning permission. So they can still come back with another proposal. So they're going to build something there. They're going to build a petrol station. We want them to build something smaller. So the answer there is refuse this, and then they're at liberty then to come back, because they've already got outline, with another reserve matter proposal. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry I am protracting, but obviously I think you just need to appreciate, if this is deferred, I have to go back to the applicant and ask them for something. And I'm not clear what it is you're saying you've not got. The report explains what the floor area of the building is, including what the retail floor area would be. There are detailed plans and elevations of the site. So I don't know what it is that you're saying is lacking that I would be able to ask the applicant for. And that's obviously important, if it's going to be deferred, that we can be clear with the applicant about what is expected before we can report back to members. I think, in line with what Councillor Healy just said, if it's the case you're just not happy with the scheme as it's submitted, that's fine, based on those matters of scale, appearance, but obviously they need to be clear and explained as to what the reasons are as to why it's harmful. But I think we just need to be a bit clearer about what we're actually expecting of the outcome here. Thank you.
Okay, it's become quite a protracted discussion, this one. Can we, at this point, move to the vote?
Chair, can I just start asking and clarify something? Councillor Tucker gave his reasons for why he'd like to defer this. Councillor Lee's reasons were different to Councillor Tucker's. So I can't go to a vote until we have someone that seconds Councillor Tucker's reasons. Councillor Tucker's reasons were in relation to lighting, size and scale, and the impact on local residents. Councillor Lee just said we need a bit more detail.
No, well, no disrespect at all. I did say that I concur more or less with Councillor Tucker, because I don't have the sensitivity so much on the shop size, but I'm happy to second as I said earlier, on Councillor Tucker's deferment.
Absolutely fine.
The officers are being really pedantic
about
about this.
Okay. Michelle, do you think we could go to the vote?
Yes, of course, Chair. Yep, happy to do that. So we've got a motion to defer this application, and that's been proposed by Councillor Tucker and seconded by Councillor Lee. Members, please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion? Councillor Chadwick. Is Councillor Chadwick there? Councillor.
I think I heard him say for.
Yeah.
Councillor Greenwood.
Can you just say that again?
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Happy to. So we have a motion to defer this application for the reasons that Councillor Tucker and Councillor Lee had agreed, which were in relation to the lighting, to get more information on lighting, size and scale, and the impact on local residents. And we're just taking a vote on that motion to defer that.
For deferment.
That's right.
A vote on okay.
To defer that for those reasons, to get more information.
I'm against deferment.
Okay. So now Councillor Healy.
Against.
Councillor Jefferson.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
Against deferment.
Councillor Rogers.
Against deferment.
Councillor Steele.
Apologies, I was on mute. For.
Councillor Scow.
Against.
Councillor Tucker.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
And so the motion to defer this application has been lost. 5 votes for this and 6 votes against.
Okay, so the next vote was for refusal.
That's correct.
So could we move to the vote?
We would now need to look at the reasons for refusal.
Reasons for refusal, yes. Councillor Greenwood, would you like to come forward with reasons for refusal?
Yes, because we shall only be revisiting this again. We've not made clear anything at all by deferring. So at the end of the day, my remit is to look after my residents and look after the welfare of this countryside, of which I'm very proud to be a resident of.
Councillor Greenwood,
So
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but have you got a clear planning reason for the refusal?
Because we've got potential 2 petrol stations which are unsustainable. One of them will be 160 metres away from each other, and planning. All right, this is an industrial site, but we've got 2, and we've got 1 already passed, so we don't need a second one. If that isn't good enough for planning, I don't know what is.
Can I try and help out here?
Go ahead, Councillor Haley.
Yeah, I think this needs to be. I would say that this needs to be refused on the basis of scale. This is relating to scale and appearance, and I think we would say that the scale is inappropriate, overbearing for this countryside location, and that we're not happy with the overall scale. If we need a sound planning reason, I think it needs to be related to overbearing, unnecessarily large scale.
Overdevelopment.
Overdevelopment. Yeah. But that's where we need to be going.
Which is what I said in the first place, overdevelopment.
Okay, let's just have one meeting, thank you. Officer Michelle, we have sufficient reasons.
Well, it was Councillor Greenwood that moved that, and it was seconded by Councillor Jefferson. So I'd like to just check that Councillor Jefferson, whether she has any reasons and whether she agrees with those reasons.
I agree with the reasons, obviously, that Councillor Greenwood have said and Councillor Healy, but I have to say that I think the shop should be absolutely subservient to the petrol station. I think that's what needs to be said out front so they know where they're going. You don't want a huge shop. We've got, at the moment, far too large a shop for the size of the petrol station. So it needs to be subservient. And of course, light pollution, because we don't know what kind of lights we're going to have, do we?
Did I see you with your hand up, Gemma? No.
Councillor, yes, I did have my hand up. It was in connection with Councillor Healy's concerns as to whether it was in relation to the whole proposal put forward or just the shop. But I think Councillor Jefferson's perhaps advanced that a little bit further.
Okay, so can we at this point move to the vote?
Is a planner's happy with those reasons being put forward? Has they got anything else to add?
I think if I can just sort of summarise on that discussion, I think the reasoning to narrow it down would be that the scale, appearance and layout of the scheme would be harmful to the character and appearance of the area, taking into account the size of the unit, etc. I think that's where, bringing it all together into a policy reason, I think that's where we've got to. So that's fine if that's the reason, yep.
Perfect, Victoria.
As always.
Okay.
I'll hand over to you to take the vote, Michelle.
Sure. So there's a motion to refuse this application for the reasons that were just stated regarding scale, appearance and layout, and that this scheme would be harmful to the area. And that's been proposed by Councillor Greenwood and seconded by Councillor Jefferson. Members, please could you state whether you'll be voting for or against? Councillor Chadwick.
Against.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
For refusal.
Councillor Rogers.
Against.
Councillor Steele.
Apologies. In the circumstances, I'm going to vote for.
Councillor Scow.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
So that's carried. That application has been refused. 6-5.
That was a protracted one, members. Interesting, the out and comment on this now, that the two brothers that own Euro garages commented that they make more money on a cup of coffee than they do on the average refill. There we go. Okay, moving on to the next item, agenda item number 8, pages 76 to 86. And I believe I have one speaker. Is there any updates?
I have no updates on this one, Chairman.
Okay, so moving swiftly on, we've got two speakers, sorry. First speaker, Linda Worthington. Linda, you have 3 minutes and you'll get a reminder at 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Members will have read in the Planning Officer's report that I have grave concerns about this application, which includes major changes to the roof of property next door to mine. In her report, the Planning Officer admits that the proposed alterations and extension to the roof will be relatively significant for me. What the report does not do is stress the basis for recommending acceptance of this proposal, when only a few years ago, the same planning department refused to allow my property to be built with a gable roof or more than one dormer window, even with obscured glass, facing the neighbour at number 42. The design reasons given at that time were roof dominance, overlooking and privacy. Furthermore, the layout and orientation of my house had to be in a suitable position on the plot in relation to the neighbour at number 42, at the same time providing me with a private and proportionate amount of amenity space. The applicant is proposing a hip to gable roof conversion. Currently, the view from the back of my house is of a hipped roof with one dormer window set within a back sloping triangle of roof tiles. The rest of the roof is set much further back. The proposed new gable roof will give me a view of a roof more than twice the size nearer to me, with not one but 3 dormer windows. The aesthetic reasons said justified the additional 2 windows as dormers and not Velux type escape me, and moreover it will be me who sees them the most. The final planning approval for my house imposed on me a requirement that, in the future, no further windows, dormer windows or other openings above eaves level were permitted, and it was specifically mentioned that this was to prevent overlooking to the neighbour at number 42. Surely the planning authority should act in a consistent and fair way to ensure that any requirements imposed by them on a planning application only a short while ago should apply equally to a planning application now for the neighbouring property.
30 seconds remaining.
I hope councillors will understand the attendance at this meeting is my final opportunity to try and encourage modification to the current proposed change to the roof next door, so that in the future, the rear aspect and amenity area of my house is not dominated by the neighbouring house roof and first floor windows. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Worthington. We have one more speaker, Mr. John Durden.
Chair, can I just mention we've got another speaker after that as well. We've got Councillor Johnson after this speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that. So, Mr. Durden, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You have 3 minutes and you'll get a reminder at 30 seconds if you'd like to continue. Do we not have Mr. Durden?
Am I now on? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Durden.
Right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the committee about the changes we would like to make.
Sorry, Mr. Durden, sorry to interrupt you. There's some strong background noise there. Have you got your computer on? Are you watching the meeting or something?
I'm using my computer for the Zoom meeting.
What I mean is, are you watching it on YouTube or something? Is there an echo or?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Being retired, we had wanted to move into a bungalow in this area of Bedford for some years. And the purchase of 42 gave us the opportunity to create a home more suitable for our age. In particular, having a bedroom and bathroom facilities at ground floor level. The ground floor bedroom is the main.
Sorry, Chairman, I can't hear the speaker at all.
No, I'm struggling too, Mr. Durden. I'm sorry, I'm afraid we can't hear you.
Mr. Durden, I have your statement. Would you be happy for me to read it for you?
Yes, I'll listen to that, yes.
I think that's a good solution. If you wouldn't mind, Michelle, go ahead.
Mr. Durden, if you could just turn yours to mute so that we don't get that background sound, and I'll just find that. It would just be a moment.
Apologies to you, Mr. Durden. Technology gets us all sooner or later.
So I'm just getting that statement now. Won't be a moment, Chair. Okay, so I'll just read that statement now. So this is Mr. Durden's statement. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the committee about the changes which we would like to make at number 42 Central Avenue. Being retired, we had wanted to move into a bungalow in this area of Beverley for some time, and the purchase of 42 gave us the opportunity to create a home more suitable for our age, in particular having bedroom and bathroom facilities at ground level. The ground floor bedroom is the main bedroom, whilst the 2 bedrooms at first floor level will be used when our children and grandchildren are once again allowed to visit and stay with us, hopefully in a not too distant future. Whilst we propose 2 new dormer windows in addition to the remodelled existing ones, these will not cause any overlooking into the external areas of the neighbouring property at number 44 Central Avenue. This is because each window will be fitted with obscure glass below 1.7 metres of the floor level and have no opening lights below this level. In fact, any overlooking will be reduced as a remodelled existing dormer, which had clear glass down to a level of 1 metre when number 44 was built, will be fitted with obscure glass and fixed lights in the same manner as the new windows. It's worth repeating that the design of the first floor actually improves the privacy of number 44, and I therefore hope that the committee concur with the recommendation of the planning officer and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Durden, are you happy with that? Yes, Mr. Durden's nodding his head. Thank you. So we have one more speaker. I think it's Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, are you there?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Cropsey.
As again, 3 minutes and a warning at 30 seconds. Councillor Johnson, continue.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on this application to assure Mr. Durden that I think it's a really positive thing that he wishes to make number 42 into a more modern dwelling. But as the assessment mentions, there is no guidance for householders proposing this type of development. It's a bit of a grey area. And it's the extent to which number 44 will be overlooked that's concerning due to the small separation distance between the sides of the two bungalows. I also note that the suggestion has already been made that the 2 additional dormers were replaced with Velux windows, a solution which would be acceptable to the council and to the neighbour at number 44 too. And I'm hoping that the committee would look sensitively at this application and make it a condition that the 2 dormer windows are replaced with Velux windows to reduce the impact on number 44. And therefore there would be no need for using obscured glass. Otherwise, I think the amended application from Mr. Durden is well worth approval. I am though concerned about Mrs. Worthington's privacy at number 44. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I don't see any hands up. Did anybody wish to speak on this one? Councillor Healy.
Well, yes, I ought to say a few words about this. It is in my ward. It is a difficult one, this, because Linda Worthington was talking about another planning application and was sort of saying we need to consider the fact that she didn't get permission on particular features when she was putting that planning application in. And therefore, we should take that into consideration. And that, unfortunately, is something that we can't do. We can only consider what is in front of us. Now, I don't know whether the changes that Councillor Johnson just mentioned can be made into planning conditions, and I would ask officers whether they can, or whether we are having to deal with what we've got in front of us. Can Victoria address that at this point, so that we know whether it's an absolute another binary case of it's either this or it's not, or can we modify the application in the way that Councillor Johnson just suggested?
Could you please, Victoria?
Yep, certainly, Chairman. So in response to those points, we did make suggestions of amendments to the applicant earlier on in the process, and one of the things we recommended was a similar change to take the dormers off. Having given it consideration, they decided to stick with the dormers but include the obscure glazing and the fixed lights. And the result of those amendments is that we're not concerned there is any overlooking. Obviously, as I think the applicant's speech pointed out, there is currently a dormer window in the side of this house which has a view over this neighbour's garden, and it's not obscure glazed. It's obviously an original feature or an old feature. The proposal would be that all of the windows in that side at first floor would be obscure glazed and fixed below eye level. So there would be an improvement in the degree of overlooking. So we've considered it wouldn't be reasonable to insist on the deletion of those 2 additional dormers, because there really wouldn't be a lot to be gained, since obviously, like I said, there wouldn't be an overlooking issue in any event. If members did consider they wanted that amendment in light, despite that advice, you wouldn't be able to just condition that was a change. It would have to be deferred for amended plans, which obviously the applicant could decide whether or not they wish to implement, or obviously the application would have to be refused on the grounds that the members were unhappy with the impact. But our advice is that it is acceptable as it stands. Thank you.
Are you happy with that response, Councillor Haley?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Victoria.
Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just clarify what was being said then? We're halfway through the meeting and I'm losing it. So the existing dormer window is currently clear. Did you say that one's going to be obscured as well?
Yes, that's right. All of the windows in the first floor would be obscured and fixed below 1.7 metres above ground level, sorry, which is what's deemed as eye level in sort of national planning policy terms.
Okay, and those are the windows that the neighbouring property would be concerned about the overlooking issue?
So those are the first floor windows that face that neighbour's property, yes.
Okay, so in fact there's a slight improvement because an existing clear window is being made obscure. Okay, thank you. I think in that case I'd probably move officer's recommendation on this one. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Tucker.
Sorry, Chairman. Yeah, more than happy to second Councillor Steele's move for approval. Thank you.
I see any more hands up? So we've got a proposer and a seconder. So Michelle, can we move to the vote on this one?
So we have a motion to approve this application as per the officer recommendations. This has been proposed by Councillor Steele and seconded by Councillor Tucker. Members, please state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion. Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
Can I abstain, please?
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Steele. Councillor Steele.
I've muted myself again. For.
Councillor Scow.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
And that is approved.
Now, I make it 4:45. Is anybody wishing to take a comfort break at this point?
I think that might be advisable, Chair.
Yes, I think so.
Yes. So
yes, please.
May I suggest we take 15 minutes and come back in at 4 o'clock?
Just that one.
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Very good. Well done, Brian. I'll see you all in 15 minutes.
I couldn't
14, 13, 12.
Never laugh, Council. Not listening to me.
Are we all back yet, Michelle?
For you, so can I just ask the host to restart my video? It's just, I'm getting this message, you cannot start your video because the host just stopped it. Behave yourself, Brian Scow. I know what you're going to say.
Michelle, are you there?
I'll say a word.
Are you dead?
Don't forget I'm disappearing for a medical appointment for 4:30.
Don't go yet.
All right. Well, I've got, yeah, you hear me? I've got to the docks for 4:30, so I hoped we might be over by now, but
I'm presuming you're happy to continue so and take over.
Yes, I'll pick up here. It just seems to be a problem at the moment. My video is not visible either. Michelle, are you there?
I am here. Sorry about that. I was just sending an email. Yeah. How can I help? You all right?
It's all right. We just seem to be having trouble with video displays. They seem to be switched off, but I think we're all present and correct. And we've still got some people not visible.
Yeah.
Have we got all members present and correct now? Right. Okay. I think we'll make a start in the afternoon session, which I will be chairing, Councillor Sue Steele. So we're turning to item number 9 on page 87. This is erection of the boundary fence, retrospective and change of use of land to a domestic garden, land southwest of Oakland, Grangers Road, Hornsey. Do we have any updates on this one, please, officers?
No update on this one, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. And we have 2 speakers. First one is Mr. Pick, who is the agent. Mr. Pick, are you there?
I am.
I can hear you well. Right, Mr. Pick, you have 3 minutes. You'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds. Start when you're ready.
Thank you. So this application is for change of use of a parcel of land to domestic garden in connection with Viaduct Cottage, Grangers Road. The application includes the replacement of a boundary fence, which is retrospective on the southern boundary of the application site. That application has been required because the boundary fence is greater than 1 metre and it abuts the public footpath. In my client's defence, all they'd done was actually replaced what was there. So the previous fence was the same height as the fence that's been replaced. The land that's in question for change of use to garden extends to about 800 square metres, previously unused, and it's now car parking for Viaduct Cottage and a lawn area. There's a couple of objections to this scheme on the file. A lot of the objections are in relation to the blocking up of a public footpath. Now, there's 2 public footpaths on the boundary of the site. On the southern boundary and on the western boundary is the rail trail. But Grangers Road is a private road and it's not a public footpath. There's no public right of way on Grangers Road at all. So a lot of the objections to this scheme are on the basis that my clients have blocked off the lane to stop people trespassing on their property, and that's the basis of a lot of the opposition. But the land itself is within the defined development limit, so there is no policy reason why it can't be changed to domestic garden, and the application is recommended for approval. The static caravan that you can see in the picture on the site doesn't form part of this planning application, and it has to be removed under a ongoing enforcement case. So recommended for approval, and it's respectfully requested that permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pick. And we also have Councillor Whittle. Councillor Whittle, are you there?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay, the same for you, Councillor Whittle. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Reminder.
Thank you. Chair, members of the subcommittee, thank you for allowing me to speak. This is an apparently simple decision that you have to make today. Ratification of an unauthorised erection of a boundary fence and change of use of a piece of land for use as a domestic garden. What could be simpler? It is only when you delve deeper into the application and take into account local knowledge, both of residents and of councillors, that you begin to understand what the applicant has done to incense a neighbouring population. If you look at one of the objection letters, the writer uses exactly that term, incensed. There are valid reasons for the anger that this retrospective application has brought about. But it's not only the writers of objection letters to this authority who are horrified by this. Following the erection of the fence and gate across what has for years been a mutually understood and agreed access to the pasture road area of Hornsey, both ward councils received a bombardment of emails protesting against this blocking of a footpath. Of course, having had extended communications with this authority's public right-of-way department, it became apparent that this footpath, though well used and appreciated, had not actually been ratified as a right-of-way. It also became swiftly apparent that to get it accepted as being such would involve a considerable amount of expertise and knowledge of the law. In effect, then, what the applicant has done is to erect a fence and a gate across something that has been customarily enjoyed and used by many residents over many years. Not surprising, then, that it has produced so much dissent amongst our community, not to mention press coverage. A wider question would be why the applicant has demonstrated such a lack of understanding of local views and of local custom and practice. Surely in their efforts to reclaim the patch of land, which they now wish to have as a domestic garden, they could have considered these views, left the access in place, and installed the gate on the other side of it into their new garden. I think that in the greater scheme of things, the redisposition of the associated parcel of land from being the unkempt and unloved patch it is now to being a garden may not be a bad thing. The principle of how this has been accomplished, however, leaves a great deal to be desired. On this occasion, Chair and Committee, I have to say that the applicant has, by their actions, blocked off a perfectly serviceable informal walkway, thus ending many years of customary practice. This has been done without any form of consultation or indeed any regard for the concerns of fellow residents and neighbours. I note that in your papers it says that the proposal would not cause any harm to the character of the area. This informal access has been a part of that character for many years and should be supported as such. Papers it says there will be no harm to neighbour amenity. Depending upon how you look at this comment, it could be referring only to the immediate neighbour. If, however, you take a broader view, this could be said to indeed impact upon the wider neighbourhood, members of which have been habitually accessing Granges Road by this means for years. I would ask you to refuse this application on those grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittle. Let's get my speakers list up. No hands up as yet. Oh, yes I do. Councillor Jefferson.
I was going to say, can you hear me, Madam Chairman?
Yes, I can.
I thought I had my hand up, but it was telling me I had. May I just say thank you for allowing me to speak today. This planning application is not as straightforward as many would think. Because of how a domestic garden and fence would actually work with the applicant's suggestion, as you have heard from my fellow ward councillor, we have had many people getting in touch with us regarding the access. The fence is obstructing now what has always been a desire line for many years, at least 60 years that I'm aware of. And I say this quite truthfully, hundreds of residents, visitors and people have used this access path to walk into the town or other destinations within Hornsey. As this fence has now been placed where it is, this is leading on to the viaduct path, which used to give very easy access to all of the shops in the town and you were able to come from the seafront with no problem at all, even people who were in motorised wheelchairs. A little bumpy, but they could make it. So we now have a caravan lived in on the open ground, surrounded by fencing and gated. This, if you believe, is to be a domestic garden, as shown on page 96 of your agenda today. Our agenda also has a summary on page 87, plus site description. They are a little vague. They're not terribly helpful, but I would say that they are factual as written by our officer. You all will have read the Haunted Town Council's responses, and they have reiterated that the currently open green space in all of that area, 15 acres. We now have a private garden, which if it's passed today, that's what it would be called, which is blocking the footpath. Rights of way do not object because no one has actually registered this as being a right of way. Perhaps until the gate and fence were erected. Since then, we've had nothing but complaints, complaints, complaints. And of course, someone may have registered this many years ago, but this cannot be found. But I note they have written an extensive piece, including the fact that any planning permission given does not override the ability to prove a right of way in the future. And I believe that's until 2026. So there is still time for people if they wanted to do that. Of course, it is a flood zone 3. And so our officers have pointed this out, rightly so. However, that means that no additional residential units or intensifying the domestic use of the site will be allowed. To me, I would think this has already happened because a caravan constitutes this, surely. But of course, again, as in our agenda, enforcement would be required for this. I would ask the committee to perhaps have a site meeting, and I say that very slowly because I know we have not been allowed to do this in the past, to give the members the opportunity to view the area before any decision is taken. And I ask this because of the complexity of the site and its past use, which is not clear on our maps on page 96, 97 and 98. The fact is, you have to go down Pasture Road and Granger's Road in a car, and they are both private roads with no parking allowed, as you are informed by many of the bungalows down there. So you cannot access this site unless you wish to walk or to cycle, which tells me some of the reasoning behind this. So today I would ask, if it is at all possible, I would like to propose a site visit so that members can come along and see for themselves what I'm trying to say to you, as is my ward councillor Whittle, which is very difficult to try and explain. So if anyone would be prepared to second me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. I don't see anyone's hand up. Whilst I'm waiting, I did actually, as I mentioned earlier.
Councillor Norman's got his hand up.
Councillor Norman. Okay, Councillor Norman first.
Thank you. Very short and sweet. The plans and the pictures, I don't think tell a full story. So I would be happy to second a site visit now that we are able to do so safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would agree.
Councillor Greenwood.
No, I was just going to say what Councillor Norman said. I would second this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Greenwood. Yeah, I did make a site visit and I still found it quite difficult to relate to what was actually on the plan. I wasn't very certain what we were considering. I think it may benefit the committee if we did have a site visit, if the committee are in agreement and the officers are in agreement. I don't seem to have any more speakers at the moment. So can I just ask the opinion of the officers? Do you think a site visit, in this case, it's outdoors, it should be fairly safe? So people have to walk a little bit because you can't park down the road.
Yeah, I just wondered what exactly members were looking to see on the site visit. Obviously, you've been there and walked along yourself, and I just wondered really just really to understand, so officers can peg it out or to deal with it if necessary. What actually you're looking to see? This application obviously is for an erection of a boundary fence and a change of use of land to domestic garden. So it was just a little bit of clarification. But I think as Michelle explained at the outset, it's possible if we think it's really necessary, but we need to take a little bit of care given the pandemic situation. So it's just a little bit of clarification, please.
Okay, can I put that back to Councillor Jefferson? She initially proposed it.
Yeah, the clarification I give you is that, in fact, in your agenda, if you look at page 96, what we're looking at is the viaduct cottage. There's the small piece of garden and the access which used to go on to the viaduct itself, which is a footpath from Hornsey Burton Road, which is at the bottom of your agenda, right through to Tranmere Park. And of course, if you look at that line, and obviously I have to say that having read through the agenda, it's really hard to try and work out how it in any way whatsoever lends itself to the page, which is very hard to make out what it is, but it's the last one in your agenda, which has got Viaduct Cottage in the middle of it with Oaklands to the top of it. So it's probably about 98, sorry. 98, it might be really clear to everybody, but my goodness, when you go there and look, it doesn't look like this at all. And having spoken with Rights of Way, they said, well, they can only go by what they've got. If you're looking at the caravan on site now, that caravan on site is in place, as you can see in front of you, before you come to Oaklands. But if you go back to the viewing that you were looking at before, which was in fact looking north, I believe, you can see there is some more green space. That's the site from the old railway line. That doesn't really help. It's there. No, you've gone past Street Scene North. If you look at that, you've now got a chair there which is in fact saying to the people coming down from where the white vehicle is, private land. And so you've got that piece then in the middle of there, which is actually not on this plan, nor is it in part of Oakland's plan. Therefore, it's open space, as was all of it. And what I'm trying to say is to try and make that into a domestic garden, I don't think fits in with where Viaduct Cottage is. But you can see that you've now got the rubble area, which according again to our agenda says, the rubble is there because that's where they've put it. Well, it's there because it's got cars parked on it, as you can see, and wood left on it. It's an area which was all grass. So there's been a lot of work gone on. Some of it's very, very good. I've no problem at all with it if you look down there. But you can see it really doesn't look anything like what we've got in this actually agenda item number 9. And I think that people would benefit from seeing what they are passing as a domestic garden to Viaduct Cottage, which is on the left-hand side of this street seat south. Right on there, that purple cottage is Viaduct Cottage. And then if you're viewing at it, you can see all that fencing along there is meant to be a garden. So I don't think the planning really means anything to anyone. And that's why I'm asking for a site visit, because I think it needs to be clear before we pass so that we all know what we're actually passing.
Thank you, sufficient, officer, as a reason. Would you accept that as a reason for a site visit?
Yeah, thank you. I just needed a bit of clarification. I was concerned with the comments made earlier regarding the right of way aspect, and you know, we're clear from the response from public rights of way that this isn't a public right of way. It is a piece of private land. But I understand now what Councillor Jefferson wants to see. So thank you.
Gemma, well, maybe one of the officers. When you look at those plans, on page 96. The narrow part, which is where the gates are, down the side of Viaduct Cottage, if you like, on that one it's hashed, so I assume it's included within the area that we are considering. But on page 98, it isn't. Is that correct?
Just bear with me a second, Chair, sorry. Okay, so that if you look on page 96, that is the whole area that's to be included as residence. So you've got, it's basically the land that's in the ownership of Viaduct Cottage is effectively creating an L shape. So there's Viaduct Cottage and then the land to the north of it, which would be that sort of L shape. They would then end up with an L-shaped property. The whole of that area is the area included in the change of use and in the application. The area then, and then you can see there, so the blue land, the line in the blue land, which is on the next page 97, is the existing property. And then the whole of that area in the red line is the area for the change of use.
We don't have colours on here.
But I just said we have no colours whatsoever. So what Anna's saying doesn't fit with this agenda.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, well, oh, thanks. Victoria's just going to show it on the plan.
So, I think this is the problem I had, and this is why I went to have a look, but I still wasn't certain then because these two images seem to be different.
Sorry. Yeah, so you can just see there on the screen. So the red line there, that's the application site. That's the area for the change of use. And then on the next plan, the agent that is the hatched area is all the change of use. The small red line is just the location of the fence. So if you, which is obviously just labeled, I think it is labelled on there, but it's quite small on the screen. So there's photographs that Councillor Jefferson was just showing. If I just share my screen and then I can make sure I'm showing you the right. So if I just go to those photographs. So this photograph is taken from the public right of way that's running alongside where that fence is. So you can see Viaduct Cottage there is the purple building, then you can see the fence running there. That's the edge of the fence. And then the rest of the area to be change of use is over here. And that's this area here. So you've got Viaduct Cottage in the foreground, and then the rest of the area to be proposed for the change of use. And then what we've done is we've taken some photos from the other side, just so that you can see. So this is that's that public right of way, but from the other side, from the railway line to the north. So there's the fence again, that red line on that site plan that you pointed out, Chair. And then this is the area to be the change of use up here and Viaduct Cottage here. So further area to be the change of use. And then the fence running alongside the railway line. And then this is the fence. This is directly stood on the public right of way next to the fence with Viaduct Cottage on the other side of this. Right. And then looking the other way. So this is Viaduct Cottage here, looking south with the fence on the side of the public right of way. Hopefully that helps.
Mm.
Yeah, well,
you want to speak again, Councillor Jefferson?
Well, just to say that I wanted to get this over quickly for you, but the replacement fence there didn't used to be a fence there. You know, I mean, you've only to look at the existing fence. You can see how old it is. It's the replacement fence is there. And that's what's caused all the problems, I believe. And I just think if we see it and see how the domestic garden plays into Viaduct Cottage, we can make our own mind up whether this is actually a domestic garden or not, because we have no measurements whatsoever in the agenda for the size of the domestic garden. And looking at the photographs that our officers have got, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. I was there and looked for the first time on Saturday after 18 months because I couldn't stand it anymore. So all I'm saying is I can understand our residents upset. I can understand why the owners of Viaduct Cottage are. You've got two lots of people here and we need to do it properly to make sure both lots know that we are listening to them. That's the main thing. Because that's what planning's all about.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. I've got Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quickie, 7.17 on page 93, the caravan is currently being used for family membership, etc., enforcement investigation. It's surrounded by metal fencing. The applicant has confirmed this is to be removed. Does that mean the caravan or the metal fence or both? Could someone answer that for me? Yes. And if it means both, then can we put some condition on the if it's approved, put some condition on on the recommendation to have that removed before we approve the application?
That references to the fencing because we wanted to clarify that, and that is only obviously temporary fencing anyway, Harris fencing. The caravan is the subject of a separate enforcement inquiry. We couldn't include a condition to ask for the caravan to be removed as part of this application because it's separate to this application and being considered separately under enforcement. And it wouldn't be relevant to the change of use of the garden. So I don't think it would meet the test in terms of the test for conditions. And the applicant has confirmed
how long? Sorry, Anna.
No problem.
Carry on.
No, that's fine. No problem.
How long has the caravan been there? Do you know?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it has been there possibly a year. There was a previous caravan on there that there was a previous enforcement investigation about a previous caravan, and that was removed in 2018. And this new caravan has been brought on. I'm not sure of the exact timescales, but I think from memory it's about a year.
Okay. No, it's just that we had trouble with an application with enforcement where a particular item had been there for a number of years and enforcement told us we couldn't do anything about it. It's been there a certain length of time. But okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Greenwood.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak. I would like to go along with Councillor Jefferson's proposal of a site visit, as it does enable us to have a fair and open decision when making a decision of this sort. And I do think it will show much more clarity to what we have having to decide upon now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm a bit puzzled with this one, if I'm honest, and I bow to the respect, and with respect to my local ward councillors, they have the detailed knowledge, I don't. On one hand, we're being told that the right-of-way that was there or that people have been using didn't exist, and therefore it's not sort of relevant, other than the fact that people had historically used it. On page 91, it says there are two public rights-of-way that run along the boundary of this. Neither of them would be obstructed by the proposal. So the rights-of-way of local residents would appear to me to be protected by the proposal. Councillor Jefferson's raised the issue about we don't know the extent of the land. I'm querying that with the officers, Victoria, whether or not that's completely accurate. Obviously, I can't believe that we'd bring an application forward for approval if we didn't actually know the area that we are talking about is actually is correct. I'm not sure. I mean, from the photographs, I can probably quite clearly see. So it's not to say that I don't think that we would get something from a site visit, but I must confess to being a little bit puzzled why it would be necessary based on the information that we have. If the public rights of way are being maintained that are correct, but historically it just happens to be that, and I can respect this, that people have got used to the idea of using a right of way that didn't exist, then I don't think there's a valid planning reason not to agree to this, other than to be sort of cognizant of the fact that obviously local people have got used to this. So I'm just a bit puzzled. There seems to be a bit of a meal out of this one. It's not to decry the importance of this to local people, but I don't really see the relevance of a site visit, other than to say that it wouldn't do any harm, but I'm not sure how much good it would do. So can I just clarify on those two things? The two rights of way are correct and they would be honoured. And secondly, that the area of land that we're talking about enclosing for a garden, we know the detail about. I just want to be clear on that, please. All gone quiet, is it? Lots of images.
It's in the right image, I think. Can't hear the officer's response.
Anna, you're on mute. Sorry. I don't know if you can see that plan now on the screen, hopefully. So the public rights of way run up here, and they run along here, which is the old railway line, and they join at that point that Councillor Jefferson refers to as the viaduct, which is like an underpass, and then you can walk along here, then you can go up a slope and onto the old railway line that leads up that way. So the route that people have been taking historically, where there is now a fence, is through here. So between Viaduct Cottage and this land here, people have been cutting through historically for obviously a long period of time to get through to there's an estate over here, and they've been using that route. But this isn't a public right of way. This is private land, and it is in the ownership of Viaduct Cottage. So they've put a fence up along their boundary, which in terms of land ownership, they are entitled to do, obviously, if they get the correct planning permissions. They need planning permission for this 2-metre fence because it is along a public right of way, and you need planning permission if it's along a highway or a public right of way and it's higher than 1 metre. But they have then in doing that, they've blocked off this informal route that's been used, which obviously we've consulted with public right of way team, and they've confirmed that these are the public rights of way that are on the definitive map. They are not blocked by this. And until such a time as an application is made for this to become a formal public right of way, they can't really comment any further. Obviously, public right of ways don't private property rights don't override public right of way. So if at any point a public right of way is added to the definitive map, the applicant at some point it's the same with any land, the applicant has to make that land available to the public. But at the moment, this is private land in the ownership of Viaduct Cottage, and they have chosen to put a fence up across the land that is within their ownership to create a private garden. In terms of the size of the site, we are confident that site is the same area that they are now using as residential garden. It goes up to and includes the boundary with Oaklands, and then up to the public right of way, and includes that up to that sort of private road area and in our, from our site visits, we consider that to be correct in terms of what's on the plan.
Thank you. Yeah, I do, Chair, I can quickly come back. I mean, I'm struggling with a valid planning reason not to approve this, purely because, if it is historical. I mean, if it was really important to local people, then obviously one assumes that they would have applied for a public right of way through the property. But it's a difficult one. If we were to refuse this, we could defer it and have a look at the site visit. I can hear my colleagues talking about we're just delaying decisions by going, by either deferring or going for a site visit as on the previous application. I'm not sure what we're going to gain by a site visit, other than the fact that we're going to see in more detail what we can already see in the photographs. So I'm just really not sure about this one, if I'm honest. I mean, I can really sympathise and understand if it's historically been an area that's been used, but obviously if it does belong to the owner of Viaduct Cottage, then it's within their right clearly to fence that off, presumably. So I'm struggling, if I'm honest, at the moment. I'm almost to a point of putting a proposal for refusal, but I can respect the local councillor's view about a decision on the visit. So I'd rather see that one through to conclusion first and see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. I'm not sure who was next. Councillor Rogers, I think.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Councillor Jefferson, forgive me because I really don't like getting involved in almost disputes in other wards, but we are on this committee, so I'm going to have my two penneth. I've been involved in similar situations over land and rights of way where people have walked for a lot of years, and it really does leave a nasty taste in people's mouths when, rights of way or historic sort of trodden paths are fenced off. But, Anna has given us a really, really, I think, clear view on what the legal status is with that path. And yes, it can be revisited if such an order were to be put in place for that to be not reinstated but instated as an official path. I'm really not too keen on site visits because of the pandemic, and I really don't think we should be riding across the countryside. I take what Councillor Jefferson and Councillor Steele, who've been to see this, have said, and the maps that we've been shown today, and I really don't think there's any need to take it any further. And I really do feel for ward councillors and the people in that area, but I think it's really clear cut, and I don't see there's any reason not to approve this. It's frustrating, I get it. I'm thinking of a piece of land in Driffield exactly the same that the same thing happened to, but from a legal point of view, we are where we are. My only concern is, and I just hope that we're not looking at, what might be, it looks like it's going to be a big garden, and potentially in years to come or months to come, there could be another planning application that comes through for building on there. But that isn't what we're looking at today. We're looking at it as a change of use for a garden, and that's what's in front of us today. And I get everyone's frustrations, because some of us would simply say, well, we can foresee what's going to happen, but that isn't what's in front of us today. What's in front of us today is what is in front of us today, and that's what we need to be voting on. And so I have, no issue with that. I don't want to propose it. I'm not gonna. I'm going to leave it at that. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Oh, crikey. Right. If you look at this in the cold light of day, it's quite simple, isn't it? The people in Viaduct Cottage have bought a parcel of land that abuts their property. And historically, there's been a footpath that people have used to go down that footpath to connect to another viaduct path, whatever it's called. What the owners have done is they put a fence across the path, because actually they bought that. They bought that piece of land, they own that piece of land, they can demonstrate legally they own that piece of land. And the problem we have here is that just because people have used it historically for years and years and years doesn't give them open access to it. If somebody wants to put a fence across their land, so be it. That's their right. They paid their hard-earned cash and they can do that. And Councillor Rogers is absolutely right. We deal with what's in front of us and what not might be in front of us in 2 years' time. And yeah, I can see what potentially could happen here, but that is not what's before us. What before us is there's a piece of land where an applicant has paid hard money for, he's blocked across the path because he owns that piece of land and that's his right. It's not public right of way, it never has been. And, it is what it is. He's put an application for a garden. And I know that, this is going against the local ward members. And I understand councillors, local ward members want us to go and have a look, but I also agree with Councillor Rogers. I don't see the sense in this one. So therefore, I'm going to move officers' recommendations for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Tucker. Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quickie question, if I may, for Anna. We've heard a couple of times that because it's a public right of way that the fencing should really be no more than 1 metre. What basis have we used to say that it's okay to have 1.9 metres, which is actually higher than we generally have in a town?
Oh, through you, Chair. Sorry if I didn't explain that clearly. We haven't said, I didn't mean that only 1 metre would be okay. Basically, it was that anything above 1 metre needs planning permission. But in this case, we've assessed the 1.9 metres and think that that's acceptable as well in terms of the impact on the character of the area.
Okay, I'm still happy to second the site visit to give us all a proper view of what's actually going on there. Thank you.
Councillor Greenwood, you have your hand up again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the reason I would like a site visit is because Councillor Jefferson, who knows the area very well for many years, and Councillor Steele have both seen this and both thought to decide. And in all fairness, I do better about something like this with site visits than I do just all ordinary drawings. So I would like a site visit just to be clear to what it is we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. Councillor Chadwick.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. A quick one. The 2 footpaths, the one that's not a public right of way and the one that runs, I guess it runs alongside the railway. There's a little, we saw a thin red line round that property where they put the fence. What's the distance between entering the non-public right of way to move towards wherever it goes to, and the other path, which goes as far as I know, goes parallel to that? What's that distance between those two? It doesn't appear to be a great deal. So could somebody explain that? You know, it seems to me that all they have to do is, if the garden bit is 3.5 metres or whatever it says, they've only got to walk a few more metres to get to the other path, to walk the same distance. So it would appear not a great deal. If they're walkers, then it wouldn't matter. Could you tell me what the distance is, extra distance? Because I believe those 2 footpaths are more or less parallel, or maybe I'm wrong.
I think Councillor Chadwick, like me, you were misinterpreting the images there, the plans.
Oh, right.
Councillor's probably better than that, at least than I am. But I noted the main track coming down on page 698. So that's the main track coming across the page. Used to be used by walkers apparently, and then across it at the end you'll see the black line. There's a gate there and a gate beyond, and then that goes on to the public right of way, the designated public right of way. So I don't know which other path you're talking about, because that's the only 2 I know.
And I say he's talking about the Transpennine Trail. That's the one that runs along the top, but you've got to get up onto the trail to walk on it.
Oh, okay.
It's the TPT.
So is that a big effort? So is that a big effort then? Is that an effort to do that?
Well, yeah, because the trail takes you to the seafront. This, if you come under the viaduct, takes you to the shops. You don't want to be...
What's the difference in both?
Well, they're 2 different places. This is my point. You can only see it by looking at the crossroads. That's my point.
Yeah. Oh.
I think what just through you, Chair, just to sort of interpret.
Yes, please. It's
what
easier.
both councillors. I think Councillor Chadwick, you're saying obviously it's not a huge distance between this one and this one, but I think what Councillor Jefferson's point is obviously it's off the map here, so I can't really show you in any great detail. But there's an estate up here that they're using to come down here and link into this to walk up to the shops.
That's right.
Yeah.
And And in order to do that the other way around, they'd have to go sort of right round up here, almost via the seafront to get onto the Transpennine Trail, then come down and go to the shops. So I think that's the issue. This is the most direct route onto the public right of way for the people that live on this estate up here, and they've historically cut through it. But notwithstanding that, it is private land that they are historically cutting through. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Chadwick, have you finished? Yes, Councillor.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Topsy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just slightly concerned. I mean, we've spoke about a site visit, but I mean, have we actually got any reasonable grounds to refuse? And would that change if we had a site visit? Just something that's an itch I want to scratch, if so to speak.
I don't know who's going to answer that. Councillor Jefferson made the proposal.
Well, I would simply say that because of what you have in front of you, it is not clear because of the different heights and the fact that what we're talking about, the actual domestic garden they're talking about is zone 3 flood anyway. So the condition is in there to say that you can't put anything on it, even though we've got a caravan on it, and there is a caravan there and has been for some time. So what I'm saying to you is there's all sorts of things that the officers have done really right. But what I'm saying to you is there's so many other sides to it that it's only by seeing how it's lowland we're looking at there and 4 different ways of going. And the fact that if you're looking at the plan on 96 and you can see where Viaduct Cottage is, and there's a short line across which Councillor Chadwick was saying 3.5 metres. If you look from there going up towards Oaklands and Cozy Nook, none of that belongs to Viaduct Cottage. It's literally the small piece at the side where you've got your caravan and perhaps 2 more plots if it was a piece of land that you're going to put something on. But what I'm saying, that land there belongs to the lady who lives in Albemarle, who is right over in the centre of your map, because that's her line which leads on to Granger's Road, which was owned by the family. Do you see? It's a very complicated thing. So Viaduct Cottage doesn't own that piece from Viaduct Cottage. What they own is where the 3.5 is, and obviously the piece that they're asking now to make into the garden. But the roadway that I was stood on Saturday is not owned by them, it seems. You see, I'm told it's owned by Albemarle. So it's all so mixed up, and I'm with planning. I don't see it. It's all got so... it's not clear looking at this map. And I mean, I have to say that I was delighted that a colleague actually came and had a look, because she was concerned that she didn't understand where all the different places are. And I don't think any of you do, but that is your prerogative. You're looking at the plans, you decide. I still feel a site visit would be very, very helpful, and this would only be held up for 3 weeks.
It would be interesting to see Albemarle's deeds, see if that 3.5 metres there does actually belong to them.
Well, but unfortunately, our officers don't know any of that, and they don't have to check any of it. You see, that's not planning, is it? I'm told that.
Yes.
Sorry, can we have one meeting, because I've got 2 or 3 sets of hands up here. Can I bring in Councillor Rogers again? Oh, sorry, Anna, you wish to speak.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that if that the red line of the application doesn't include that track that it's to the south, to the sort of southwest, sorry, southeast. That we was that when I showed that photograph, I'll just share my screen again. Sorry, so I'll just show you. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm a bit funny. Just bear with me a second. Right, hopefully should work now. So you can see here the red line of the application. So this is that private road that people have been using as the route through. The red line, the red line, if you can see, runs along the outside of that. So it's only the area on the other side of that fencing that they're proposing to change the use to garden. It's not including that track. So it might be that they haven't included that because they don't own it. So that wouldn't be included in the change of use. But obviously that is land ownership is a separate matter to planning anyway. But that has been, we were only considering the bit that's within the red line, which doesn't include that bit of access track there.
Chairman, can I just ask Anna a question that I think is quite important?
Yes.
Can you go back to that picture, Anna, please? Because I probably misunderstood what you said earlier.
Yeah.
You see, when you put your cursor down that red line down the side of the public footpath.
No, that's not the public footpath.
Well, the private road.
That's private road.
The bit that goes from the corner of the Viaduct Cottage to the public right of way, that little bit.
Yeah.
The impression I got from you was that the applicant had bought that bit of land where that private road was.
Yeah, that's right. So anything within the red line, including this bit here, between the private road and the public right of way, is within the applicant's ownership. But this part here, which we were talking about earlier in terms of Albemarle, I believe, is outside of the application boundary. So the application boundary is the red line. So that would include that little strip there between the public right of way. So it is a fact that where they've put the fence does block that link between that private road and the public right of way. But then, as you can see, there's a really subtle difference as it cuts in. The rest of that private road is outside of the red line.
Okay, Chairman, thank you very much.
I'm wondering if I can zoom in, because I think that might, I can zoom in.
That's a little bit better. It's better than the pictures.
Sorry, so can you see that? So that, I'll show you on a photograph in a minute, but that sort of track where we've taken our photographs from, looking back into the site, that's outside the red line. So that isn't going to be part of the residential garden. It's only the bit within the red line that is going to be part of the residential garden. But just to answer your question, Councillor Tucker, the red line does go right up to the boundary with Viaduct Cottage, and the fence runs all the way along here. And that was where people were walking down the private road past the end of Viaduct Cottage and joining the public right of way. And now that's not possible because there is a fence across here, and all of that is within the red line, but this part here is outside of the red line.
So basically that's a road to nowhere then?
I mean, it's a road to Viaduct Cottage, and obviously that they might have vehicular access rights over it, but they haven't included it, as they don't want to include that as part of the change of use to be part of the private garden. They only want the change of use to be the bit within the red line.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Anna.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, again, I'll just repeat what I said before. I think Anna's made it really, really clear. You can see, that obviously that track at some point has probably been an access, maybe still is an access to Viaduct Cottage. I can't feel that going on a site visit is going to make any difference. The ownership of that land and that little bit that we're talking about from the bottom of the track to the other side of the right of way where the new fence is no longer accessible for people to cut across because it's privately owned. And I understand what Councillor Jefferson and the chair are saying, that go and have a look, and it might make things more difficult for people walking from that estate. Well, it is going to make things a lot more difficult, but it still doesn't change the fact that it is private land, and the owner has decided, rightly or wrongly, to fence it off and stop people going through it. And like I said before, we might get to a position in months or years where that is brought back in as a public footpath, but currently it isn't, and that isn't going to change by us all going down to Hornsey to have a look at it. And I feel as frustrated as what Councillor Jefferson will be feeling right now over this, and the residents that live up in Grangers Road and the surrounding area by being stopped. But by us going down there and us deferring it today isn't going to change the legal status of that lump of land now, because I don't think Hannah can say it any more times than she already has, or any clearer than how she's laid it out to us, that is private land and it is no longer a footpath. And that's what we're looking at today. And I just hope we can move this on quickly because we've got a mass of the agenda still to get through.
We do.
And it's nearly 5 o'clock.
We do. Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Councillor Healy.
Yeah, I want to move this on as well. And I would like to move officers' recommendations. I think we've got to approve this. I think Councillor Rogers is spot on, really. You know, it is unfortunate if people have walked there, you know, in the past, but it's not a public right of way. It's private land. We spent a lot of time discussing it rightly, but I think we've done justice to the subject. And I think that the officers have pointed out where the red line is. They've made it very clear. I too have sympathy with both the ward councillors in Hornsey, but we're dealing with a legal situation here, and I don't think we've got any alternative. So I would like, I don't know if it's been moved already, but if it has, I'd like to move it. If it hasn't, I'd like to second it. Thank you.
It's been moved. Thank you, Councillor Healy. We're going around in circles here. I mean, the thing I do notice, if that is proved to be a right of way at some point in the future, then they would have to hand back the land. Is that right, officers? What happens there if someone put in a claim for a right of way?
Yeah, through you. I mean, it would be a separate legal process that they would need to involve themselves in. If it's becomes a public right of way, they'd need to make it available to the public, as do, you know, farmers, for example, when they let people go across their fields and that type of thing. So it'd be the same type of process, but it's entirely separate to planning. At the moment, it's not a public right of way, so it's private land.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jefferson.
Oh, I haven't put my hand up, honestly.
Oh, okay, thank you.
No.
Anna.
Shall I go to the vote, Chairman?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want me to do the vote? Is that right?
Yes, please. I don't know where we are. I have to remind me.
Okay, so we've got a proposal to defer this application for a site visit, and that's been proposed by Councillor Jefferson and seconded by Councillor Norman. And then we've also got a proposal to approve a set out being proposed by Councillor Tucker and seconded by Councillor Healy. We'd have to take a vote on the motion to defer first of all, as that's an amendment to the officer recommendation to approve. So that's what we'll be taking a vote on now. So we're voting on a motion to defer this application proposed by Councillor Jefferson, seconded by Councillor Norman, a deferral so that we could have a site visit. Members, please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion to defer? Councillor Chadwick.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Greenwood.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
Against.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
Sorry, Councillor Jefferson, but I'm against.
Councillor Scow.
He's gone.
Oh, yes, he's had to leave.
Okay, Councillor Tucker.
Against.
Councillor Steele.
Again, with apologies to Councillor Jefferson, I think in the circumstances, against.
So that has been lost. That proposal to defer is lost. So would you like to now go to a vote to approve as set out?
Did we had a move and approval, did we?
Yes, Councillor Tucker moved, proposed approve as set out. This was seconded by Councillor Healy.
Okay, we'll move to that then, please.
I just want to check something. Was there some mention earlier about another condition added to that, or?
Not that I have written down.
Just double checking. No, okay. So, yes, sorry, my apologies. So, yeah, that's a motion to approve a set out proposed by Councillor Tucker, seconded by Councillor Healy. Members, please state whether you'll be voting for or against approval. Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
Abstain.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
Against.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
For.
And Councillor Steele. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
For.
And that's carried. That has been approved as set out.
Thank you. That application is approved. Right, we move on to agenda item number 10. This is erection of a dwelling following removal of existing storage building in Danthorpe. Do we have any speakers on this one? Speakers list.
Madam Chairman, I do have a quick update on this.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's only a brief one. Just to advise the neighbour at number 2 Beckside Villas has been unable to speak at the meeting today, but advise that they are 100% in support of the application, and their detailed comments are already submitted and set out in the agenda for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we just have Mr. Swire, the applicant.
And we also have Councillor Holtby.
Oh, not on the list, sorry. So Mr. Swire first. Are you there, Mr. Swire?
Hey there.
I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I can hear
Swire.
You. Thank you. I can hear you, Mr. Swire, and you have 3 minutes and you'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds. Start when you're ready.
Good afternoon. This house will be for me and my family to live in Danthorpe. We have planning permission to convert the existing building, existing barn into a house, but we want to build a better new house that will improve the character of this area. We have always had the full support from all local residents and full backing from our local parish to do this. The last time I was presented this proposal to you, you approved the application. The next planning committee refused it by 1 vote. A planning inspector dismissed the appeal because they was not sure that the existing building could be converted to a house. So they did not give a way to the house as a fallback. I have received revised the planning application, and I've got building regulation approval for the existing building to be converted into a house. This clearly shows that I can convert the existing building. The building inspector has signed this off, and it's clear that it can become a house. We have checked with the council's building regulation concerns with the building inspector, and the building inspector has said that in his professional opinion, the building can be constructed to a house, and if it can't, he'll be liable for any professionally. This is a clear fallback position to create the house on this plot. Planning law states that weight can be given to a fallback position converting existing houses when considering applications for new homes. This was decided in legal case in the Court of Appeal about a plan application in Tunbridge and Millington Council. The judge said that the application had set out that he could convert the barn to a house, and the council was right to allow the new house to be built in its place of the barn. We have shown the council that other appeal inspectors have agreed with this court decision. Councils in other parts of the country, such as Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, have approved all applications just like this. In a summary, I can convert the existing building into a house. I have planning and building regulation consent to do this. I would prefer to create a better house with the support from all local people and full backing from my local parish council to do this. Planning law says that when granting permission, weight can be given to a fallback position. Where there is already a house approval here, so planning law says that the principle of a new house should not be an issue. The issue should just be whether the house I want to build is acceptable. The officers have no objections at all other than the principal development. If I cannot build a house you are consenting in my application, I will consider an existing building and rent it out so I do not lose out. Then I could apply to demolish the building and rebuild it, convert it into a house and a new house. This would be a waste.
That's 3 minutes now.
Mr. Swire. Thank you. Councillor Holtby, are you there?
I am, yes. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, Councillor Holtby. So again, you have 3 minutes and you'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I've been asked by Mr. Swire to speak on his behalf and to back up what he has said. This development came before this committee a short time ago, and this committee approved the plan. It then passed to strategic, where certain members refused it, principally because 1 or 2 members did not approve of the temerity of the applicant in continuing his attempts to get this eminently sensible proposal through planning. So the situation is that the developer has got permission to build a replacement shed that would look just like the one in this application in place of the ugly Nissen hut that is currently on the site. He also has permission to convert that Nissen hut into accommodation. This application aims to bring these 2 permissions together in building a house that will look like many other converted traditional farm buildings in Holderness. At the same time, taking down an eyesore in the middle of the hamlet. I don't know why officers are so against this plan, but they are alone in being so. The parish council is strongly in favour. The next door neighbour would rather look at a well-built family house than a derelict, out of character, alien structure. The reasons for refusal have been reduced from the previous application because at appeal, it was agreed that the building was in keeping with the area in size and character. So it seems to boil down to the site being an open countryside. Please look at the plan on page 120 to see that the site is bordered on both sides of the road by houses, and the villages of Elstree and Danthorpe are unsustainable principally because there is no bus services. Well, without trying to become controversial, how many villages in the East Riding are served by buses? Even a large village like Aldborough has no bus service. Is Aldborough unsustainable? No, it's not. The fact is that the world has moved on. Most people have a car and choose to use a car over a bus, hence the closure of the bus routes. Surely it's better to have more families living in this type of hamlet to make it more viable. It's worth noting that there are buses for 2 schools that pick up kids from Danthorpe. I really do think this reason for refusal doesn't hold water. Finally, if members need a reason for approval, I would suggest that the building reflects the intrinsic character of its surroundings. The local plan, policy section 4, paragraph A, lays out certain reasons for allowing buildings outside the larger villages, one of which is that the building should be of exceptional quality. The proposed building will be just that. Fortunately, it's not one of those outstanding innovative designs that look so out of date.
10 seconds left.
It will look more like a converted Holderness barn and will offer benefit by enhancing and maintaining the vibrancy of this rural community, as laid out in the local plan. I would urge members to approve this application just as you did previously, and let's get the new house built and new folk living in the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holtby. Don't have any speakers at the moment, I believe. Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to comment on a couple of points that have just been mentioned in the public speaking, just for clarity. Just regarding the existing situation for this site, there has been a past planning consent granted for a replacement storage building that was allowed on appeal, but that has now lapsed, so that isn't an extant consent any longer. It also was for a slightly different design, didn't have dormer windows in it, so it wasn't exactly the same. And just in terms of the points made by Councillor Holtby, we haven't said the village is unsustainable solely because it doesn't have a bus service. The issue with this location is it doesn't have a development limit because it's not deemed to be a sustainable location for other reasons. So there's no school, there's no shop or employment facilities. So everyone living there would have to travel outside of the area by private car. And really, in terms of sustainability, it has already been established by the council and inspectors on previous appeals that it is an unsustainable location. So really the only difference between this application, other than the design issues which have been mentioned in the report, which we accept the design would be acceptable, really that the crux of the issue comes down to this fallback position that the applicant mentioned for permitted development conversion of the existing shed and the proposed replacement dwelling, which is what's on the table in front of us. And obviously it's about how much weight can be attributed to that fallback position and whether that weight, whether that as a material consideration should outweigh the policy conflict. So I just want to be clear about that. And just in terms of the final point, there was mention about policy S4, provision for exceptional quality design. I would have to say that whilst we've agreed that this wouldn't be harmful to the character of the area, we wouldn't consider that this scheme would meet that very, very high bar of an exceptional design quality dwelling that could meet S4. So I wouldn't wish that to be forming part of your consideration. It was a very high bar. I think maybe one or two in the whole of the East Riding on that basis, and they are very, very unique schemes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a really difficult one, isn't it? Because emotionally, it would seem to be that I'm sure that a lot of my colleagues on the committee would want to give this couple an opportunity to build this house. And yet we're told by the officers that this is not a sustainable location. I don't, to be truthful, I mean, I understand the planning policies and the definitions, but when you see the neighbouring properties, when you see the vibrancy of the village, as Councillor Holtby has already indicated, you know, clearly there is some sustainability about the location. Otherwise, others wouldn't be living in the immediate vicinity. So I'm just wondering whether there's any sense in trying to pursue this. Obviously, it's a question of trying to make a sensible planning reason for this, and I'm struggling. Other than the fact that it could be considered to be an infill within the village. But you know, to say that it's not a sustainable location just seems to be flying in the face of the other properties which are clearly adjacent and the area within the village. So I am struggling a bit with this. I'll see what my other colleagues are saying, but I'm sort of erring on the side of which is something I don't like to do, which is to go against the officer's recommendation. Emotionally, that's what I'd like to do. But I'm just struggling for a good planning reason at the moment. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points. Looking at Mr. Swire said he got permission to convert that Nissan hut. Well, if I had a young family, I don't think, looking at that, I appreciate it would be redeveloped, but looking at that, I don't think I'd like to live it, even convert it to the best of his ability. So that's one point. Could you just tell me, we're showing pictures of like a breeze block building with a blue door. What's that?
That's not part of the application. I think that's on the land at the back.
Could I ask what it is?
Honestly, I don't know, but I think it's beyond the boundary of the site. I think it's on the land to the north. It's not part of this. Okay. Not part of this building on this site.
No. Okay. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Oh, cranky. Yeah, every now and again we get applications before us that fly into the face of policies, and I can think of a couple. You know, I mean, it's interesting. Victoria spoke about policy S4, and you know, I know both those applications. One was recently, I think we called it the Barnes-Wallis House, and this doesn't fit. But here we are. We've got a piece of land that has been rattling around for years, and there's a fallback position on it already, and it sits between two other properties. And you know, I'm torn on this because, you know, a lot of areas, I mean, it's not in my patch, I'll declare that straight away. It sits in Brian Scow's and John Holtby's patch. But a lot of our villages, as Councillor Holtby said, you know, don't have the bus services and are deemed under policy as being, you know, unsustainable and remote. And this falls into that category. And I think we've given the fallback, and actually that this site nestles in between two houses. I could see that potentially this could fit into infill. I'm going to stop speaking. The reason is I've noticed that my colleague, Councillor Scow, has returned. It's his patch. So I want to do, Chairman, is give away, and I'll come back if I may.
If you don't mind, Councillor Healy, I'll go to Councillor Scow with it being his area, and I'll come back to you. Councillor Scow.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've just had to nip out urgently, so I'm back now. I just caught the end of Councillor Holtby's presentation, which I totally obviously agree with, being a fellow ward councillor. But this has been, you know, on the cards for a long, long time. It's been before the committee many, many times, and I have to admire the tenacity of Mr. and Mrs. Sawyer regarding this application. They're not giving up, trying their best to please everybody, to do the right thing. And And the last time we had it, about a year ago, it actually was approved by the Eastern Planning. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that, but it was turned down at strategic. So it's not noted in the notes, isn't that? I don't know why, because it did go through at one point. We overturned, we don't like to do, but we overturned the officer's decision. I mean, there's seems to be any common sense with this one. The parish council fully endorsed the application. The whole village endorsed the application. The neighbours endorsed the application. It's in the centre of the village, albeit it's supposed to be in the open countryside. It's right in the centre of the village. And surely it's better. It's in disrepair at the moment. You've seen the photographs. It looks like a Nissen hut from a wartime dwelling. Why doesn't common sense prevail with this one? Why can't we have an improved street scene, as Councillor Tucker just said, an infill in between two blocks of houses? There's some ex-council houses to the right, there's a bungalow to the left. What's wrong with this being in between the two as an infill? Surely it's going to improve the street scene. Visual impact on the village would be better. I'm just trying to think of reasons, common sense reasons to help these people. We're short of houses in the East Riding. We need more houses. I'll see what anybody else has to say, but that's my uptake on the situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Scout. Councillor Healy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, yes, I've listened to this, to what's been said, and that phrase Councillor Scout just used about common sense prevailing is what was in my mind, to be absolutely honest. When I first looked at this, I thought, yeah, well, it's outside the development limit. And my thought was, you can't set a precedent because, there's been so many applications turned down for that. But then you look at the drawings and you think, well, why is it outside the development limit? And, Councillor Tucker used that word nestling, which is an apt description of where this is in between these other properties. Obviously concerned that it went back to strategic. Well, they turned this decision around. If we could just repeat the exercise and send it back to them, say we want us to go ahead and approve it, and because common sense should prevail for strategic as well, in my view. It is difficult because technically it is outside the development area, but I can't see any reason why, as most of us can't. I think I would be saying let's go for approval on this, and if strategic knock it back, well, they'll have to justify why. But I think most of us seem to be saying similar things here about the need for common sense prevailing, and I would move that we do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. I can see Victoria has a hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment on a couple of the points that have been mentioned, and just to sort of remind the committee about within a plan-led system. The starting point is the development plan. It's the council's development plan. We have prepared that plan in line with national requirements to identify where should new housing be located. And to do that, we've set out a spatial strategy of where the most sustainable locations are and where the least sustainable locations are. And that's what leads into where we determine what's a town, what's a village, and what gets above development limit and what doesn't. And this location, although it's being called a village, it is a small collection of houses with no services. So it's the lowest possible rung on the ladder in sustainability terms for the local plan. So we're talking about common sense, but the common sense thing is to put housing where it can be serviced, where people can reach the services without having to get in the car, because every time you get in the car, you're increasing problems with greenhouse gases, etc. And that's obviously what the whole council's trying to work towards, is a more sustainable future. So I can understand the on the ground. If you look at it on the ground, notwithstanding all of those other matters, you can see that logically, as you say, you could look at it, oh, well, it's an infill and there's a building there now, but building a house on the site wouldn't be the only way of improving the appearance of the site. That could be achieved through other means of just either removing the building or replacing it with a more suitable design building. So I think we've just got to focus on what's important here, which I think is the plan-led approach, and then looking at other material considerations. But all the things that are being mentioned are things that have been in the case for the last 10 years when we've been looking at these sites. And the inspectors have made decisions taking all of those things into account about infill and about the existing condition of the building, and yet have still deemed the site inappropriate. So I just would ask that members do bear those things in mind and not just set aside the policy, really. That's probably all I've got to say. Thank you. Oh, sorry. There is one thing I was going to mention was in terms of housing supply, I know at the last meeting we were talking to you about the fact we had an issue with 5-year housing land supply. That obviously position has changed since the 7th of April, when we now have the new local plan calculation, and the council does now have a safe and secure housing land supply. So we're not needing to find extra land for housing that isn't in a suitable location. So that wouldn't be a reason why we would go against the local plan in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Councillor Greenwood.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you know, people choose to live in the country. This is a hamlet, and people who want to live in the countryside, in a hamlet, have taken into consideration all the things that you have said. People don't always need to be with loads of other houses around them. They're happy to be in the countryside, and that is what they choose. And who are we to decide their future? This was passed before. It should be passed again. And at the end of the day, you can't say to a farm, well, you can't farm there because it's not sustainable. You haven't got a bus route. People in the country don't expect bus routes these days. And hopefully more and more people will choose to live in the country, because what we're doing now is building countryside near a market town. We're building it to be a bigger town. So no wonder people want to stay in the country. And I think this young couple have every right to choose to bring their family up in Danthorpe or any other small hamlet. That's all I have to say. We do need common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. I do sympathise with the applicants on this one. I hear what the officers are saying, but when I looked at the plans, to me it looks like infill. It looks like a street of houses, and I do know the area is not quite like that. I don't live far from there. We don't have a move for anything at the moment, do we?
We've had a proposal from Councillor Healy to approve.
All right, so I did get that written down. Thank you. And we don't have it seconded.
I'll second it, Chair. I do think it's one of those rare occasions when we're going to go against officer recommendations, but time and time again we seem to, refuse things, or approve things rather, when parish councils and neighbours and people like that are really badly against something. And this time it's turned on its heels, where the parish council and their neighbours and everybody are absolutely in favour of it. And I get that, we haven't got the issue with land supply and the other bits that we've just heard about, but I do think it's important that we support. I think the crux of being a ward councillor is supporting the views of your residents. They're the people who put us in this place. And I know Councillor Jefferson's thinking, well, oh my goodness, we've just gone completely against that, but there was a legal reason for that. So, again, I apologise. I'll still send you a Christmas card. But we need to, I think we really need to support this and go with the residents and the parish council. So I'll happily second it for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Councillor Copsey.
Yes, I was going to second this one as well. When we talk about developments, we talk about limits, we talk about sustainability, and then along comes the inspector at appeal and drives the coaching horses through it and grants petrol stations on green land and 380 houses at Pocklington. So yeah, I will support this application.
Thank you. Gemma, are you needing any more information from those who will move approval?
Just some reasons, please, Councillor.
I'll go with adding to the street scene and its infill, which is normally the opposite of what we put in. We normally put in it's against street scene, but actually it's in keeping, rather. It's in keeping with the character of the area.
Sorry, Councillor, just looking at the reasons recommended for refusal. Do any of the councils that made the proposals have anything contrary to say to that recommendation? Obviously, officers are saying that it's against policy. So is there anything that maybe members can add?
maybe only that we feel I suppose in this instance, is the policy wrong? Have we got it wrong? I know we can't change policy in this, but like we've heard it from a few councillors, it's kind of common sense, and it's, I suppose, taking each one on its merit. I don't quite know, Gemma, how you can put that into those words, but it's about common sense. And if the parish council and the residents were up in arms against this, we wouldn't be supporting it, but they're not. They want this, and I strongly feel that it is infill, and it's keeping within the street scene. It's not going to be an ugly box at the end of the street. It's very much in keeping in that area. But that, I know that goes against policy, so I don't know how we can get that into words.
Well, yeah.
Gemma, does this has to go to strategic planning anyway?
Yeah.
I suppose that's the final sense check, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, that's I know a member mentioned earlier about why it wasn't listed that it was approved by Easton previously, and that's because that wasn't a decision that was made by the council. It was referred up to strategic. We do need to give some indication as to reasons to strategic, and I think from what Councillor Rogers has just actually mentioned, I think we've probably got it enough to explain that perhaps in more detail. You anything to add from planning side of things?
No.
No.
Okay, Councillor Scow, were you coming in there? You're on silent. You're on mute.
Yeah, just to add on what, to agree with what Councillor Rogers said, it would improve the street scene, and the visual impact on the street scene and infill would be hopefully acceptable as a reason. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Sorry. So we have a move for approval, which is seconded. Can we go to the vote? Nothing else from officers? No.
I think Councillor Greenwood's got a hand up.
Oh, Councillor Greenwood, sorry.
I think she's forgotten.
Yes, just to say that, all right, it's street scene, I agree. But also, just to remember that we're improving the look of the village by putting a new barn there, as opposed to what we're seeing there. And this only only benefits Downthorpe village, and the benefits are far outweigh what is there now. And street scene, okay, if that's a way to get planning through, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. I think you're right there. It would be an improvement on what's on the site at the moment.
Yeah, can we just add, is there actually a need in that village? Because I think there is. They're saying that they want this, and it's obviously for local people. So could we add into it that there actually is a need? I know the policy will say there isn't a need, but we can actually demonstrate that there is a need, because it's somebody local that wants to live there, and the village want this. So I would argue that in that area, specific to this, there is a need. And I think that's important, that they've highlighted a need and it's going to be used. It's not somebody moving in from miles away. It's obviously somebody local that wants to live there. So I would argue that there is a need for it.
Quite agree with you, Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. So are we in a position to go to the vote on that? Gemma's nodding. Are you there, Michelle?
Okay, yeah, I'm there. I just wanted to check something with Gemma, if that's okay. Councillor Scal stated earlier that he hadn't been present for the speakers and the debate, part of the debate on this item. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to vote on this item. Is that correct?
I think I just need to understand when Councillor Scow came into the meeting, did you hear the speakers? And yes. if he did, then I think we're probably okay. It's whether he heard the speakers and whether he had the full experience of the debate, and that I didn't actually see when he came into the room, unfortunately.
I think he stated that when he came into the room. He stated, I missed. I've just I've just joined the meeting at this point. I've left the meeting. He said I wasn't here for the speakers. Is that right, Councillor Scow?
I was here for Councillor Holtby's speech. Yeah.
So you didn't hear Mr. Sawyer?
No, I didn't.
Oh, unfortunately, it would be helpful to if you haven't heard all of the debate. It's unfortunate, Councillor Scow.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I had to go out.
No, of course you haven't. It's important.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve this application for the reasons that we've just gone through. This has been proposed by Councillor Healy and seconded by Councillor Rogers. Members, please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion to approve? Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
I'm going to abstain if you don't mind. Thank you.
And Councillor Steele.
For. Oh, excuse me. Did you hear that? For.
So that has been carried and that application has been approved.
Madam Chairman, that's referral to Planning Committee for approval, not approval today.
Yeah, so
that'll go up to Planning Committee.
Oh, my apologies. I'm very sorry.
So it will be referred to the Strategic Planning Committee for their consideration. Thank you.
And the Chairman, if I can have that noted that I abstain for that reason. Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. That's why you abstain.
That will be noted, yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm off now. I'll leave you to it. Do you want me to send fish and chips at 12 when midnight?
Pizza, John, please.
Right, can we move to item 11, please? Are there any updates? Combined heat and power plants.
Madam Chairman, could I just have 2 minutes before we start the next item, please? Because I've got a very long update and I just need a quick comfort break.
Should we have the very short break now? Just
please, just a couple of minutes, thank you.
Because I need to get a drink as well, if that's okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to go and get me dinner.
You don't need dinner. You're not going to have anything.
Are our officers back yet? Michelle? Are we all back?
Yep.
Good. Can we get restarted then? Okay, we're on to item number 11. This is the erection of a detached building to house heat and electricity technologies, 2 combined heat and power units. And this is at East Riding Leisure Centre in Beverley. Do we have any updates on this, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm afraid I have quite a lengthy update for you on this one, and I will try and read as quickly but clearly as I can. So since the agenda was published, we have received a significant number of additional representations very late in the application process and after the consultation period elapsed on the 5th of March. Whilst we've made best endeavours to make sure all submissions have been included, this update is based on the latest information available at the time of writing. Excuse me. So we've received 50 further representations in objection to the application, and those are raising some or all of the following concerns. Excuse me. Many of these reiterate points that are already written for you in the agenda in section 6. So the points against the application: alternative locations for the siting of the proposal have not been sufficiently explored. Inconsistencies in the application of the site assessment and selection criteria, primarily concerning inconsistency in the assessment of noise impact of the development on nearest properties. The proposal does not constitute a sustainable form of development and in conflict with the NPPF. The amendments following the previous refusal of the application, including resiting plant, reduction in chimney heights and additional landscaping, are insufficient to address the reasons for refusal in respect of harm to residential amenity through noise, disturbance and visual impact on the character of the area and heritage assets of Beverley. Harm to the amenity of neighbouring residential occupiers, users of the leisure centre and adjacent playing fields and nearby community and education uses, specifically from overbearing visual impact of the energy centre, increased smells and odours, increased light pollution, adverse increase in noise and disturbance through the day and night and across the year, increased pollution and reduction in localised air quality. The development is gas-fired and will cause pollution, nitric oxide, also known as nitric monoxide, which is toxic, and nitrogen dioxide, which is known to reduce life expectancy and create ozone. Concern that the reduction in the height of the chimneys will concentrate and localise emissions. Suggestion that emissions capture technology to be explored to avoid exacerbating air pollution. Harm to the mental and physical health and well-being of residents. Harm to the nature conservation interests within the locality from increased noise and pollution. Concern over removal of a mature tree. Impact of development during the construction phase on highway safety of vehicles and pedestrians moving around the site and parking provision in the locality. Concern over the use of natural gas being carbon producing and non-renewable, and conflict with conclusions and recommendations of the Council's Climate Change Review Panel in February 21, and the government's overarching targets for net zero emissions. Concern that the technology is time limited and will soon become obsolete. Suggest that alternative renewable sources for heat and energy production should be explored. The proposals could be more appropriately located elsewhere, with the siting of the development adjacent to a residential area and adjoining a leisure and wellbeing facility considered unsuitable. It is understood that such developments are usually sited away from these areas where any pollution could be widely dispersed, reducing its impact on the community. Concerns over the impact, traffic noise and other disruption of other works and operations necessary in the future as part of the wider district energy network. Concerns over the prior public consultation by the applicant and the means by which this was undertaken, i.e. Zoom and online conference calls, which was not inclusive having regard to the restrictions resulting from the coronavirus pandemic. Concern over the publication of the application, including the extent of consultation and time periods for public comment, having regard to the impact of and restrictions resulting from the pandemic. Concerns over the accuracy of information provided within the report supporting the application, for example, the time and methodology used for measurements relating to the rating level of background noise and time and location of baseline air quality information used, and the description of residential properties within the surrounding area. And concerns over the timing and nature of further and amended drawings and documents submitted in support of the application. In addition to those submissions, a further representation was received on the 9th of April, which was submitted on behalf of residents and also circulated direct to committee members. The material planning considerations raised within this representation have been incorporated into the previous summary. Those matters which are not material to the consideration of the application, i.e. where the representation raises concerns over the actions of the council as applicant rather than as local planning authority, have not been summarised. Those matters would need to be pursued separately outside of this planning application with the relevant department of the council. Representation in objection was received on the 11th of April from the Beverley Civic Society, raising the following points. Should seek an alternative location for the siting the proposal away from residential areas. Note the resiting of plant and the realignment of reduction in the height of the energy centre building, which should help reduce its adverse impact on Minster Avenue residents. But consider that despite the amendments, much of the nuisance, noise and air pollution to local residents and leisure centre users remains. Regret the felling of the mature oak tree and would like to see some replacement trees planted nearby. Appreciate that the Beverley District Energy Network should bring benefits and initial carbon reductions in line with government policies and anticipated financial savings, including in particular for social housing residents and the Minster, is commendable. It hopes that as the national grid moves to carbon neutral energy, with East Yorkshire being the capital of England's green energy supplies, that this gas fuel plant will become redundant and be retained only as a backup supply should the grid fail to supply sufficient green energy. However, the building of the network will cause considerable disruption in the conservation area and potentially damage sensitive areas around the Friar in Minster, including archaeological remains, and a full archaeological survey of the whole pipeline route should be a condition should the scheme go ahead. In support of the application, 11 representations have been received, mentioning the following points. Support for the use of heat networks at national government level. The Council's climate change note suggests that it is likely that 18% of UK heat will need to come from heat networks by 2050. There are no new renewable technologies for heating systems at present, and there is a significant need for transition technologies such as this to address difficulties in the UK faces in decarbonising heat in order to meet the net zero targets set by the government. Consider that combined heat of power is clean and safe technology. The scheme is not a power station as it's being called. There will be the potential to convert the gas combined heat and power plant to other sources once technology allows. The installation of the heat network will significantly reduce carbon emissions over its lifetime, referenced as 270 tonnes saving in the first year. There are many combined heat and power plant systems already installed in the UK, including in residential settings, at leisure centres, hospitals and high-rise residential blocks. In respect to visual amenity, consider that we should not insist on something remaining the same simply because it's all we've known. Benefits to domestic users from reduction in carbon emissions and reduction in energy prices helping alleviate fuel poverty. Given the recent economic difficulties of many businesses and organisations due to the COVID pandemic, protecting businesses within Beverley from future price rises of energy is significant benefit to the local community. Furthermore, a future income stream should enable the council to invest in critical services and other carbon reducing schemes, and consider the application a missed opportunity if refused, having recently declared a climate emergency. And finally, we've received additional comments from Public Protection, both the Environmental Control Specialist and the Environmental Control District officers, in relation to some of the points raised by objectors. So I would like to just make you aware of those. In terms of the Environmental Control Specialist, whose interest is in air quality and pollution, they advise that they did consider human health impacts when reviewing the application. The applicant provided an air quality assessment, which includes modelling undertaken using the ADMS system. This is the same software the council uses, and they are confident it is suitable for this assessment. The results of the assessment show that the impact on air quality objectives and human health are insignificant for all but one receptor where it was shown to be slight. They are confident in the methodology used by the consultants, and the results of the assessment show that the development will not lead to a breach of any air quality objectives. The main source of nitrogen dioxide in the area is, and will continue to be, traffic. The council has several years' worth of monitoring data for nitrogen dioxide at numerous sites within Beverley, and these results have been used by the applicant to establish the ambient levels of nitrogen dioxide in the area being considered. Therefore, there is confidence in the results of the assessment. The comments made within the representations in objection are right insofar as the new plant will lead to an increase in air pollution, as will any new plant or road scheme anywhere. But the modelling undertaken in the report shows that the impact on air quality objectives for human health are not significant. Given the monitored levels of nitrogen dioxide in the area and the modelled impact of this development, the levels of nitrogen dioxide in the area are predicted to remain comfortably within air quality objectives. The operators will be required to apply for a permit under the Medium Combustion Plant Directive from the Environment Agency, and this permit will control the ongoing operation of the plant. In terms of the Environmental control district officer, whose main concern is noise, they've advised the following. In terms of appropriate measurement, reference time interval for background noise levels, as shown within the noise assessment, background noise levels were obtained between the period 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. for periods of 15 minutes. This is entirely appropriate for obtaining background noise levels in a location like this. Paragraph 7.2 on page 6 of the appropriate British standard states a reference time interval for monitoring of 1 hour during the day and 15 minutes at night. This is because, it is expected there will naturally be less activity at night that can affect the background noise levels, especially in this area. The impact of one or more trains passing for a few seconds at a time would not increase the background noise levels at this time, because a train pass will be for a few seconds. The background noise level is the A-weighted sound pressure level exceeded for 90% of the given time interval, which is 15 minutes. It will not impact the background noise levels recorded, and therefore the measurement between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. is entirely reasonable and accurate. The objections reference a lack of monitoring for a longer period and the fact that the report 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. has been quoted as night time. The reason for this is as stated in paragraph 7.2 of the appropriate British standard. Daytime is typically 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and accordingly nighttime is 11 p.m. till 7 a.m. This is an acknowledged breakdown of the day between reasonable time periods for daytime and nighttime, and is universally used by all acoustic consultants, environmental health colleagues and others nationally to recognise the division between the two. It is used in many British standards, including the guidance on sound insulation and noise reduction for buildings, and in line with World Health Organization guidelines. It is entirely reasonable for a proportion of nighttime to be measured rather than the whole 8 hours. I do not believe that extending the monitoring period beyond 1 a.m. would alter the background noise levels obtained and used in the ACOM report. As the predicted noise levels daytime, less than 10 and less than 2 at night time, then the noise from this proposed energy plant will not be audible to nearby residents. In addition to that, even through a partially open window, there should be a noise level reduction of around 15 decibels, and therefore at night the levels inside a bedroom will be, as they are now, less than 30 decibels, which is the criteria used by the World Health Organization and the British Standard for the protection against sleep disturbance in bedrooms at night. There is not, to my knowledge, any history of any existing noise problems at Beverley Leisure Centre affecting any local residents, and I'm confident that if the predicted levels are achieved, there will definitely not be a noise problem in the future from the operation of this plant. In my submission to this application, I recommended that the levels be verified after construction if approved, and if exceeded, additional works be carried out and verified until the levels are achieved. I do not believe that this proposed development, if approved, will have a detrimental impact on neighbours as a result of noise. Thank you very much for your patience there, Chairman. That's all I've got to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. That was a mammoth session. Right, we have 5 speakers on this. We have an objector to speak first. Are you there, Mr.
So, all right.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Not very well. Can you get any nearer to your microphone?
Yeah. Is that any better?
That's a little bit better. You need to be as near as you can. You have 3 minutes and you'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds. You may start when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. There are many issues affecting this application and I hope you've had the opportunity to read through the residence document. Since the refusal in 2019, only slight amendments have been made to the plans. We believe that the application should be refused on the same grounds with the addition of increased pollution. Residents have been hindered by COVID restrictions. The applicant has not. Despite COVID restrictions, this application has received more objections than the last. Despite being advised by the Planning Committee to be whiter than white in any future application, the applicant has again failed in providing any adequate consultation and has refused to answer questions relating to noise, pollution and financial beneficiaries. The council have reported that residents have been misinformed. We state this is simply not true. From our extensive research, it is clear that this power plant will produce noise and air pollution, no matter what mitigating factors are used. It will still look like a power station and it will still spoil views. The applicant's STOWN report is very misleading and relies on a westerly wind. This power plant will cause a disturbance to residents. Decibels are not one-dimensional. If a phone continually rings in the same room, it doesn't necessarily increase the decibels, but it can still be heard. It's very annoying, and it would prevent sleep, which would damage health. There are already complaints regarding the CHP that's at the leisure centre that only currently powers the leisure centre. So with regards to that last comment of not being any complaints, I think that's incorrect. The applicant themselves state that residents won't be able to hear the noise if they keep the windows closed on a night. But why should we have to be locked in our homes, unable to use our gardens? The applicant states that the information submitted to yourselves is incomplete as the design has not been finalised. And they also state that most tonal noise levels are unknown. Does that mean that this power plant could look like something else and the noise levels could further increase? It still does look like a power plant. I can see the images in front of me. It has a 14-metre chimney that pumps out toxic gas. Furthermore, they plan to destroy a mature oak tree in order to build a pollution-emitting, ugly, noisy building, all in the footprint of the Minster. Surely planning decisions should contribute to or enhance the local environment. This does neither. We also believe that this application is in contradiction to the National Planning and Policy Framework. AECOM also state on their own website that in recent years, CHP has stopped being low carbon technology due to the decarbonising grid. There are other cleaner, greener, quieter methods that could be utilised, and we urge East Riding Council to consider these.
Sorry, Ms. Time is up. Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Robin Barnby, Principal Asset Officer for East Riding Council. Are you there, Mr. Barnby? Hello, Mr. Barnby.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Again, you're a little bit faint.
Okay. Am I audible enough?
That's better. Yes, you're audible there. So again, you have 3 minutes and you'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds.
Okay. Dear councillors, in 2019, this scheme was refused planning, but due to significant strategic importance for the council, this scheme has been brought back. The scheme was refused based on a number of reasons which have been addressed. Firstly, noise. In 2019, there was a perception that the scheme would be noisy due to the installation of the CHPs, despite the noise assessment evidencing otherwise, and the council's public protection department accepting this assessment. In order to improve this, the CHPs have now been sited behind the swimming pool with acoustic louvers fitted, completely out of the sight of the residential estate to the west. The result of this is that the already low noise levels have been reduced further. When in operation, the scheme will now be 10 decibels below the measured background levels during the daytime and 2 decibels during the night. Furthermore, the council's public protection department have agreed that this scheme has a low impact, and we've agreed to post-completion testing to demonstrate that these noise levels are not exceeded. The second reason for rejection was due to its size, scale and design. The proposed building has been redesigned to be substantially smaller. It is 20% smaller in both height and width and an extra 2 metres away from the closest houses. Concerns regarding light pollution have been resolved in the revised design by removing the large glazed facade, and the building will not be externally illuminated. I'm aware of the responses on the planning portal and the posts on social media, and I feel it is important that the scheme is judged on the facts and not misinformation. The facts are these. Firstly, this is not a power station. This conjures up emotive images of things like Drax and Selby, which it clearly isn't. In relation to the CHP technology, CHP is a low carbon technology. That is why it's saving 270 tonnes of carbon in year one and will continue to save carbon. Because of their high efficiency, a CHP can reduce carbon emissions by 30% compared to traditional means. Having a heat network will allow the council to convert a mix of hydrogen CHP and heat pumps. And as the electricity grid decarbonises, it will enable the scheme to become zero carbon in the future. There are currently no technologies that can make zero carbon heating schemes as we speak. Yes, it does emit nitrogen oxide or NOx emissions, but so does every gas boiler, every gas cooker in the UK. For comparison, the NOx emissions from just one of these CHPs is the same as just 9 domestic boilers that permit their pollutants at low level. The Council's Environmental Control have stated they have no objection to the scheme and it will be monitored by the Environment Agency. There are thousands of these installed in hospitals, residential blocks and universities all over the UK. There are 1,000 CHPs installed in homes all over the UK. In 2020, Hull Royal Infirmary and Castle Hill Hospital and Gould Hospital installed these as well. I'd like to remind the panel that there's already CHP on this site that's been operational for years with no complaints, and I genuinely welcome anybody to come and listen to one and see how quiet they really are. Furthermore, every council leisure centre has a CHP installed as well. The council has recently declared a climate emergency, and recommendation of their report states that the council should be implementing more heat networks such as these. The council's technical department have reviewed all documents and have approved them all. To conclude, this development is of strategic importance to the council. Its purpose is to decarbonise heat, reduce carbon emissions and reduce energy costs to connected customers in Beverley and enable the long-term decarbonisation of the town. Sorry.
Thank you.
Need to tell you
what was going on there? Right, we have Councillor Nickerson next. Councillor Nickerson, are you there?
Yeah, hi, Chair.
Hello. So again, you have 3 minutes and you'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying that I and other members fully support the idea of a local energy network in Beverley and believe it can play an important role in the town, even though many councils are realising that the promised benefits have been frequently overestimated. The system does reduce carbon in itself, but its ambient heat from waste energy simply means that often residents use more energy to keep their houses warm, with a net increase in overall energy use. There is no doubt that the current proposal of housing this very large CHP in a residential and recreational area is still a serious threat to local residents' health. It was rejected by very experienced planning councillors last year, and only minor modifications have been made, and sadly there has been no progress in the applicant's willingness to hear the concerns of residents. Regarding noise pollution, as ward councillor, I already get noise complaints about the current CHP at the leisure centre. The proposed CHP, as per the report, is significantly more powerful and subsequently more noise intrusive. And we have a very questionable noise report comparing apples with pears. This noise report is not telling the whole picture and is a very good reason for committee members to remain sceptical of this application. The report concludes there will be a marginal noise disturbance, but it will be, quotes, acceptable. This is a huge expansion of what is there now. At the heart of the Beverley CHP that's proposed will be 2 large HGV engines powered by burning gas, revving away on demand 24/7, a few short meters from residents' homes and gardens. I commend the report from the residents group, which details further material inaccuracies, both with the noise report and the likely impact, true impact, of this constant noise on local residents. Secondly, air pollution. A major concern of the community in my ward is that the levels of protection offered from air pollution are, by the report's admissions, weather and wind dependent. On an open and industrial site, this might be considered acceptable, but in a residential location, it cannot be right or fair on our community for us to take a finger in the air approach to levels of nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide being released. Not only is this a residential area, but it's also a recreational area too. Members may be aware that since the last application for this, the council have begun building a 5G football pitch for youth teams just 10 metres away from this proposed site. And as we all know, increased physical activity leads to increased inhalation of, in this case, toxic particles from this chimney. It does seem an especially unthought out aspect of this application to make it within metres, not just of housing, but of playing fields and now a new children's football pitch. As I said at the start, this application could bring great benefits, but the proposed location in a residential area is inappropriate and unsustainable. This was true 17 months ago when you rejected it, and it's true now.
Thank you, Councillor Nickerson. Next we have Councillor Harold.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again, 3 minutes, we've given notice at 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. This application has caused myself and ward colleagues quite a lot of angst, in particularly in light of the fact that this was refused prior to it being brought to you again, with, as these speakers have already said, with only very small modifications. We have heard about I'm not going to get into the carbon argument, but we've heard that it isn't as fully sustainable as it is being branded as. And I just do think that, in the wake of us calling a climate emergency, for us to bring anything forward that isn't really hitting all those factors is fundamentally wrong. I think the principle of this, like Councillor Nickerson says, is fantastic and we fully support it. However, I just can't keep going. I can't stop myself from going back to the fact this is in the wrong place. This is so close to residential dwellings. This is so close. And when you look at the screening on the map, you showed it on one of the pictures earlier, that does not show you. I could climb over the current screening and I'm 5'2" and a smidgen. It's not adequate at all. So when you look at it, please don't presume these are large trees that are going to be offering any type of screening for any emissions or any noise pollution that may be going the residents' way. You could find a planning policy to fit anything, in my opinion, and that does often happen. But I think the fact that this was turned down by the planning committee last time with gusto, and that it now comes back and that's almost forgotten, to me leaves a really nasty taste in my mouth. If I can also say, I do think the timing is something that I haven't been proud of in terms of how we've supported the residents, because when they've asked for additional consultation, that's been declined due to the current coronavirus pandemic. This, to me, has then given the perception to the public and the residents that this isn't open and transparent, and that was mentioned in the rationale last time, that actually as a council, when we are putting a scheme forward, we need to be whiter than white. And I don't think on this occasion we can hands up say that that's how it's been. I certainly don't feel like that. I have seen true anxiety from some of the residents who are already going through a bad time, have struggled. If members are not minded to support the refusal, thank you, John, at the very least, I would ask that you defer this to allow residents to have the opportunity to take part in some kind of meaningful consultation in a time where they're able to share their views. It's been very difficult for residents getting the word out. So if you won't go with refusal, please, at the very least, allow a deferment for real consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. And lastly is Councillor Eldridge.
Apologies, Chair, I seem to be invaded.
Again, 3 minutes, you'll be given notice at 30 seconds, Councillor Eldridge.
Thank you. I have very little to add to this debate that hasn't been put forward by residents and my fellow ward councillors. In support of our residents, all I can say is that I believe that the consultation is flawed. We have done everything we can during the COVID pandemic, but that isn't enough for a democratic process to take place where our residents have all the facts and all the information they need and the chance to debate that, discuss that properly. Therefore, I feel the only way forward is to defer, offer up some proper consultation, and if we need to, a site visit, especially as we're heading out of COVID worries now, and most of us have had our jabs. But I would definitely say, at the very, very least, a deferment to allow us to have some more consultation and a site visit, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eldridge. Right, I have the hand up here. Councillor Healy.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very significant application, and I speak today as a Beverley Ward Councillor, not a Minster and Woodmansey Ward Councillor, where this is situated, but St Mary's Ward. Nevertheless, I have a lot of affinity with this area. I was a resident myself on Minster Avenue for a couple of years, and I know what a delightful location it is in the shadow of the Minster and all the amenities on the doorstep. I think this is one of the most challenging and potentially transformational planning applications that this committee has had to deal with. And the planning language of the description belies the significance of it, an application for the erection of a detached building. Well, we know that planning applications have to be fairly factual. But in fact, this application seeks to introduce a transformational district energy network, which will have significant implications for the town and its residents for the rest of this century and beyond. And it's got a lot of concerns from residents. It is a proposal, I think, that is bogged down with confusion, with misinformation, and with residents genuinely thirsting for clarity. And the ward councillors are acting on behalf of their residents. The residents want to know what it's about. They want to know how it's affecting them. They want to know, is it noxious? Is it polluting? Is it noisy? Is it green? And when you look closely at what the residents are asking, when you look at the comments that they've written on the planning portal, when you read that 20-page collective document that they frantically emailed to us all on Saturday morning, which I hope we've all read, you'll see that the main thing that they are asking for more than anything else is information. They want reassurance. They want consultation. They want technical understanding. They don't know what it's about. I'm just quoting from some comments from the portal and from that document in particular that was sent to us. Quote, the general public are unfamiliar with the concept of a CHP plant and its possible implications. The council has still failed to provide easily accessible information about this, even when directly asked to do so. Another quote, this is simply not about a new building at a leisure centre. Little information has been given to us about the scale and the nature of a local energy network. What does it do? Quote, we are concerned that while the council and AECOM have qualified staff who can fully understand the implications of the information, we have no such resources. Another quote, the applicant has made an effort to meet with councillors, but at no point has it involved residents. And someone else who says, the council has continued to ignore the residents' request for information. And when technical questions were asked in the Zoom meeting that they had, one person said the presenters were unable to provide answers and have not to date followed this up with residents. And somebody says, surely this is the role of the council to serve local residents, not to impose projects about them without full explanation. Now, those are some of the comments. And we heard that very extensive update from Victoria, the longest I've heard. And that's because in the last few days, this has literally mushroomed. Thanks again to the efforts of the ward councillors who, and I know that Councillor Nickerson uses social media to excellent effect. And because of that, people have been engaging on social media and they are doing it out of a thirst for information. What's it about? But then the problem is that disinformation spreads in the absence of proper information. And for us this evening now, it is, isn't it, who make this decision, you know, it's equally confusing. Do we know, for example, are we sure whether this is a green or whether it's noisy or whether it's polluting? What's the answer? So we read from the document from AECOM and the council that generating and distributing heat at a district scale allows lower carbon forms of heat generation, including the capture and delivery of waste heat from power generation. They say that gas CHP achieves carbon savings by utilising excess heat and power from conventional fossil fuel-based generation, which would otherwise be dumped into the atmosphere. AECOM say that the government believes that delivering energy networks will be vital for long-term decarbonisation of heating. And they say that the Beverley network aligns with these targets, reducing carbon emissions by 269 tonnes after the first year of operation, and will continue to do that. And that once the network is successfully operating, they say, the technical challenges of extending the network are reduced, and that there's a second phase of the network planned for 2032, which will include connection to the East Riding College and the Premier Inn, and with the capacity to extend to additional buildings. And they make the point that this is a transition technology, and that over time, the principal heat driver technology can be replaced, which of course is gas, with lower carbon energy sources with minimum disruption and cost, and that these changes have the potential to further decarbonise the scheme over its 40 to 50 years. And the effect is an overall reduction, a significant reduction of CO2 reductions. Now you read that and you think, well, that's, you know, a green project. We should be pushing that. But then you read other things, and Councillor Nickerson's mentioned what some of the language here is the sorts of things that people have got exercised about. He mentioned on social media the equivalent of 2 large diesel engines revving to demand, and he used that word revving again today. Quite an emotive word, revving. He mentioned a permanent reduction in air quality, nitrogen dioxide particles not welcomed by any residents, especially those suffering with quality of life issues like emphysema and long COVID. I don't know where that's coming from, but that again is language that people latch onto. Indeed, one lady has said, this power plant will emit poisonous gases, including nitrogen dioxide, which has a very harsh and unpleasant smell. Health will be a serious risk. Residents will have to put up with the pungent acidic smell of carbon dioxide. Well, carbon dioxide smell? In their gardens, people will be even reluctant to open their windows because of the smell and toxic nature of the gases. It's a fossil fuel plant. Well, we know that it is a fossil fuel plant. And also another point that Councillor Nicholson made, the heat is residual, which means it's such low quality energy compared to electricity. This means that more is needed to reach recipient heat levels, that CHP recipients need to use more energy to heat the same space, that CHP came about not as a carbon reduction innovation, but as a cost-saving exercise for landlords of large buildings who don't want to invest, and that the CO2 savings are tacked on at the end. Now, when I read these different sort of positions, I think to myself, well, you know, this should not be a question of opinion. This is science. This is engineering. It should be a question of fact. As politicians, you know, we have different political views. We're in different parties. Things are nuanced. But with engineering and science, it's a fact. You know, pi equals 3.14 or whatever it is. And yet we appear to have different sides of this argument. And the question that I then asked myself was, you know, who is right here? We need independent advice and guidance. And I took it upon myself to do a little bit of for speaking, and I hope, please bear with me, because what I think we want more than anything else is information. Now, I took the liberty through my sort of professional connections, and I mentioned this in my declaration of interest at the beginning, that I've spoken to an expert who's a chartered engineer, a fellow of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers, who has an interest, a very significant interest in CHP technology, and who has no interest whatsoever, however, in one side of the argument. This person is not part of the council, he's not a resident, but I just want to give us some technical facts. And I believe that residents should be given the opportunity to have technical facts. But for those who are technically minded, let me just say what and quote what I've been told. What is CHP and how does it work? Well, on the basis that if this scheme goes ahead in Beverley, I'm told the reduced demand to the electrical grid will mean that less power is needed from a gas power station elsewhere. This means that the alternative generation for the Beverley plant is a gas power station. Okay, so it's gas that's producing the power. The best available gas-fired power stations operate at up to 60% efficiency under certain conditions, but 50% is about the best that can be achieved overall. Approximately 8% of electrical power is absorbed in transmission losses. That's getting the power from the power station to Beverley, and several more percent, perhaps 8%, absorbed by the energy industry itself. So the likelihood is that power consumed in the Beverley area has been produced at an overall efficiency of about 40%. That is 60% wasted energy, hence 60% of the CO2 emissions produced through the process of burning the gas have been wasted, mainly through heat loss in cooling towers, probably generated at a power station in West Yorkshire. And you'll have seen the big cooling towers there alongside the M62. It also loses through the transmission cables as well. CHP, I'm told, burns gas local to consumption, so there are no transmission losses. But more importantly, the waste heat is used for heating and hot water rather than being wasted. The operating efficiency of a good, well-designed CHP is over 90%, possibly 95%. So in simple terms, the CO2 generated per useful kilowatt of energy is roughly halved by doubling the overall efficiency. At certain times of the year, such as in the summer, it may not be possible to use all the heat generated. So in practice, the saving may be nearer to 25%. So there is an economic benefit to CHP in that it burns gas and generates electricity. A kilowatt of electricity typically costs 4 times as much as a kilowatt of gas. So the saving per kilowatt is proportional to the difference between the cost of gas and the cost of electricity per kilowatt. So you're getting some free heat, if you like.
Councillor, are you planning to move approval?
I'm planning, Chair, to provide the information that's needed. I do take the point that we've gone on.
Well, I think it is very technical, and there is so much information. It's very difficult to absorb all of it.
Yeah, it is, Chair, and I will move on. And I think you're right to move me on. I can make this technical information available to officers and to councillors, and I will move on from that technical side now because I do want to come to an important point, and I don't want to hold the meeting. I sort of come to a bit of a conclusion here that says that the government set a net zero target by 2020. The government has said heat networks form an important part of our plan to reduce carbon. The Climate Change Committee says that 18% of heat will need to come from heat networks. Now, gas is a fossil fuel, but this is a transition technology, which means that it has a potential to convert the gas to other sources. And the other final thing that this technical expert said was it's about the ability to use another heat source in the future, which of course is hydrogen. And the point is that the government is going to start blending hydrogen into the gas main. And whatever we do with this CHP plant, it's got to be capable of blending with hydrogen and then running on hydrogen in 20 minutes, within the next sort of 20 years or so. And of course, we've mentioned the Council's own climate change review published just a few weeks ago. Not only does this review mention the importance of heat networks as being a vital part of a future climate change strategy, it also mentions this particular Beverley heat network. And recommendation 3 of the review says that the Council considers undertaking viability studies into the use of hydrogen as a fuel in areas where partnership arrangements could be put in place to share costs and benefit from reduced carbon emissions, which I believe is what this scheme is going to do. And a key finding says this council, and this is in the climate change review, which I know that some of the ward councillors in Windsor Wilmsey were part of, at least one. The council had been hoping to pilot, it says, a heat network at Beverley Leisure Centre, but the project had been challenged by local residents and was subsequently refused planning permission. The reasons have been due to a misunderstanding, that the project would generate noise or vibrations. But, says the council, in reality, this was not the case, so as the climate review panel says. Planning permission has been reapplied for, and the panel hope that the first project will be a success. Now, you know, when you take all that into consideration, you sort of think it would be a bit of a travesty to this council's climate change review if it were to conclude that this project wasn't suitable for Beverley, and yet some of us are reaching that conclusion because the ward council have just said we've got an environmental strategy, climate change review, therefore this shouldn't happen. But the other side of the argument is actually nearer the point that actually, if you've got true climate change, what better way to demonstrate it than the state-of-the-art, well-planned and clean energy centre right here in this Humber area, which is the leading pioneer of gas energy and hydrogen. But
come to a point, Councillor Healy.
I want to come to the point now. To achieve this, you asked me if I wanted to move approval. No, I don't, Chair. And the reason I want to not approve it, but to go with what Councillor Harold and Councillor Elvidge have said, is that the council has to bring the residents and the ward councillors on board. And there are clearly concerns and questions which need to be addressed to ensure that councillors and residents the proper action is being taken. So what I want to do, Chair, is to move deferral, because we're coming out of COVID now, as you've just said. And I think that the opportunity is therefore right for the council, and COVID has made it a problem for the council to engage on these things, but it's a problem for all planning applications. But now that we're coming out of that, there's an opportunity for that proper engagement. I'm also very happy to make aware and available to people the information that I've got from this technical expert. So what I would like to do is to suggest that this gets deferred perhaps for a few weeks to the late summer, early September or something, when we use that time really and truly to engage with residents to ally their concerns to these people who believe fervently that it revs like a diesel engine. They need to understand now. So I'm therefore moving that. That's Chair, and I do apologise that it has taken me quite a long time to make that point, but I felt that it was important for you to know about some of the research that I've been doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't take quite as long. In fact, I would say to Councillor Healy, I'll buy a copy of his book. I've got to say, he mentioned the report from the residents, which he got on Saturday morning. I received that report at 1 o'clock today, which didn't give me any time whatsoever to read it. So I haven't read that, but I have had communication from other people, from other residents. So I am aware of obviously of the problems. My suggestion, with all the mention, I think it's noise and toxic seems to be the main problems. And my suggestion, I'm surprised that Hull Royal Infirmary and Castle Hill would go down this road, as was mentioned earlier, if it was toxic and causes all the problems that's been mentioned in the report or by Councillor Healy and the ward councillors. So like we did with wind farms, the planning committee, and again, I know at the moment it's probably tricky with COVID, but we can do it as we've been advised today in small numbers. My suggestion would be to go to Castle Hill or Hull Royal Infirmary. Hull Royal Infirmary sits between absolutely hundreds of houses. I would like to go there and listen, like we did with the wind farms, listen to the noise, maybe get a report from the people down at Hull or at Castle Hill about the toxic fumes and everything else. So, yeah, I would probably go along with deferment if other members think that way, to get these scientific report from members at Castle Hill or Hull Royal Infirmary. And as I say, the noise element, again, probably get something from them. So I'll hold my horses at the moment and listen to everybody else. Thank you.
Councillor Chadwick. I think visits to the hospital might be a bit complicated during COVID times. I don't think that would be acceptable, but there are some in other areas. Councillor Copsey.
Yeah, I mean, I and every member of the East Riding and Yorkshire Council, that is to say councillors, voted at full council to recognise a climate emergency. And by doing so, voted to take every measure possible to reduce our impacts on the planet. This vote, as I recall, was unanimous. Now in front of us, we have a major green scheme, which will dramatically lower carbon emissions. For any member to vote against this scheme, surely hypocritical. I mean, the applications have been the victim of a dreadful amount of adverse and unjustified criticism. It seems keen to be green, but not in my backyard applies with this one. I mean, reports of noise greatly exaggerated. I mean, I implore all members of this committee to vote for this cutting-edge and clean application to be approved, and I'd like to move approval.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. I guess there's 2 points that I would like to make. First of all, I'd like to second Councillor Healy's suggestion for deferment on the grounds that there's obvious need for more information within the local population. And I think during that deferment, I would also like to see that there's some more noise assessments done. Having read the briefly read the report from the consultants, where we're saying that on one evening between 11 and 1:15, there was a 15-minute assessment of overnight noise. I personally do not think that is sufficient, and I think especially when we're starting to come out of the pandemic and there's going to be a lot more traffic around, there's going to be a lot more potential background noise which might make this scheme more attractive or possibly less attractive, I think that'll give us more of a normal situation. So I would certainly go with deferment and hope that we can get some more noise surveys done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Councillor Norman. No.
That was me.
Yeah. Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Crikey, I think as Councillor Healy said, this is probably one of the milestones in planning, really, because this is looking at the very way we produce power. Now, the gentleman from the applicant spoke about the hospitals having them, and I remember, well, I worked in the hospitals for a long, long time, and I remember the one at Castle Hill, and there was certainly no noise from that. What I would say is the emissions are the same as having 9 central heating boilers. Now, East Riding councillors unanimously voted a climate emergency and looking positive how we're going to reduce CO2 emissions. Now, this application before us, there seems to be an awful lot of misinformation going around, and people draw their own conclusions. But what we've got is we've got a unit that, you know, are smaller than the previous application. Some of the existing units are going into the roof, so they're going to be out of the way. So visually, it's going to be smaller. We've got an energy source that will reduce the carbon for local people, and it's going to be monitored. Now, the noise, they talk about, you know, less than 2 decibels and less than 10 decibels, which is almost a whisper, really. And, you know, I think if we draw a line in the sand as councillors and we say, you know, we all agree we've got to reduce carbon dioxide because we all know about global warming, then we go on that journey and we reduce it. And this is a positive way of reducing our output. So I'm having no hesitation, but I'm going to second Councillor Copsey in moving officers' recommendations on this, because as line has been drawn in the sand, we have to reduce for our children and our children's sake carbon dioxide. Otherwise, the future looks very bleak, and I think this is just a positive way to move it forward. So I happily support Councillor Copsey's motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. And I concur with all of the speakers in the sense that this is clearly one of the more important applications that I've been associated with. There have been quite a number over the last year or two, but this is certainly ranks as one of the more important ones. I think the biggest issue for me is that we clearly have directed ourselves, as other councillors have said, to insisting that we must reduce our carbon footprint. And clearly that direction of travel has to be taken seriously. We can't just pick and choose. The technology is clearly proven. And for obviously for information to be put out there that it isn't, I don't think is credible. Clearly, we are not scientists. Councillor Healy eloquently quoted from the various report, or the report that he managed to obtain. And clearly, to be truthful, I'm sure that most councillors would agree. A lot of it went probably straight over our heads. The numbers and the figures are difficult, perhaps, to understand entirely. What I would hang my hat on, Councillor Tucker said this, you know, if Hull Royal Infirmary and Castle Hill have proven this to be a worthwhile direction of travel for them, and they are serious, one of the you know, obviously 2 of the biggest hospitals in our area, then clearly this is a sensible plan, clearly on paper. The idea of kicking this, you know, we've talked about it before, we talked about 2 previous applications, you know, deferring it again is frankly not a good way to deal with the very serious aspect of climate emergency. Kicking the can down the road, to use a modern term, is not a good plan for local councillors, I don't think, and the local authority to act. I think we should embrace this technology. Clearly, Councillor Copsey, I know, has experience in this area, obviously with his career. I know of other people I've spoken to who are also well qualified, and I did take the view, rather like Councillor Healy did, to sort of try and take some views from people who know about these things. And everybody I've spoken to who does know embraces this technology of combined heat and power, because it is maybe a stepping stone until we get to a perfect world where we're all producing by solar or hydrogen or something which is obviously completely zero. But the idea that this plant is going to use 9 domestic boilers, I think, is an exceptional reduction in carbon footprint, clearly, when you consider the output that's being developed. I too will be voting for this. I obviously acknowledge that I'm not going to be promoting or seconding it, but I will be voting for it. And I do recognise the local concerns, but I think they have been addressed when, Mr. Barnby mentioned about the fact that clearly this is already looking at 20% smaller building. I think it's just to sort of brush over the fact that, this is the same application coming back isn't true. Clearly, it has been altered quite a significant amount. I do acknowledge that if I was a ward councillor, clearly, I would be also fighting for the residents that I'm representing. But nevertheless, I think the wider issue here is the direction of travel that we've all signed up to as councillors, which is to ensure that we go down this green route as best we can. This is clearly one way of doing it. So for that reason, I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Greenwood.
Well, I've listened to everything and everybody, and I think it's all right talking about kicking the can down the road. I think because it is so technical, because it is such an important issue, you have to consider people in this. It's not just CH2 or whatever you want to call it, CHP. We have to have more clarity on this for all of us that are not engineers and who are not savvy with all this technical information. So I would go to defer it. We turned it down flatly, Councillor Lee. We just didn't ponder over it. It was a flatly refusal last time. John Copsey, Chad Chadwick, we're all on that committee at the time. So let's go for a deferment. Let's get some clarity. Let's try and understand and be able to tell the residents, it's not my ward, nothing to do with me, but residents have some rights here, and there is such a lot of confusion on this. I think the 3 ward councillors that we've heard today have been so right in saying, look, don't turn it down. Let's have some more information on this. Let's just defer it and give it some time. Councillor Healy said that. Come back in September or when we've had a chance to ask information. After all, it's 1 or 2 of you that have had engineers' information. We haven't shared it with them, so we need to know. And let's get together and have a plan. And I think it's time this was put to bed, and I will go for deferment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gemma, you wish to come in?
Yes, similar to some of the other applications we've had today, councillors, I just need to remind you that this is a planning application. Whilst the council is the applicant, that is a separate. We are the local planning authority. That's who's making the decision here. So we need to have material planning considerations in mind when we're looking at this application. So as far as I'm aware, and all the information in the report sort of points to the fact that all the planning consultation has been done entirely appropriately. It's been followed all the protocols, and we've had all that information before us. We've also had, as far as I can see from the report, all the expert consultation. I think from Victoria's lengthy update, we've also had they've looked at the most recent concerns that public protection had. So we just need to be mindful of the fact that whilst the council is the applicant, that is a separate, it's a separate thing to planning, and we just need to be careful not to confuse those matters.
Thank you, Gemma. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've listened to everyone, and I'm sure everybody's getting absolutely tired out, but I have to say that on this, I once again would look for a deferment, for the simple reason I can remember sitting and refusing this application before. And to me, it looks like, in all fairness, that we haven't been quite as open and transparent as we need to be. And I believe that the ward members have spoken on behalf of their residents, and I listen to them. So I would look at deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Councillor Healy.
Yes, I'll be very brief, Chair. Yes, I move deferral because, as Councillor Jefferson and Councillor Greenwood have said, this is about residents as well. I'm convinced that this is the right thing. I've got this. I knew that. I believe that anyway. And this report that I've looked at, asked this person to do, is available. I'm happy to share it with the residents and with everyone. But what I'm worried about, it's not just me that needs to be convinced. It's not just the people on this planning committee and other councillors. It's the residents, and we need to put them first. We think it's the right thing, but they don't, and they have had misinformation. And I think coming out of COVID, we need to do proper consultations. I'm more than happy to share what I found out with the councillors and with the residents, and I'll do that subsequently. But this is for the residents. We have to listen to the ward councillors, and that is why the deferral is important. I mean, we'll come back to this, and it may well go through, and there may well still be people who are not happy about it, but they have to feel engaged with, and I believe that we should be engaging with them, and that is why I believe that deferring this until the late summer is the right thing to do. Thank you, Chair.
Victoria, you got your hand up.
I have, thanks, Madam Chairman. I just, on the point of deferral, obviously I know there's not been a vote yet, but if deferral is on the cards, there's lots of talk about proper consultation, but I just want to be clear, as Gemma's already said, from a planning perspective, the consultation period has been carried out in accordance with the regulations, and there's nothing further we could do. So I just want to be clear, our members saying they want the applicant to go away and do further consultation with residents. I'm not quite clear what it is they're suggesting they would be deferring for, if that's not the case.
Well, if I could suggest, I mean, for example, the council could do drop-in sessions when things are back to normal, at perhaps a venue like the East Riding College, where, you know, people can drop in and there can be plans there and there can be technical experts there, independent people there who can just talk to them about, I mean, you've already said, one or two of you, it went straight over your heads, some of this. It went over my head. And I know I was rambling on and rabbiting on because I was reading this stuff, but that was the point I was trying to make, that there's so much technical stuff that lays behind this that the residents don't know about and we don't know about. Just have some sort of consultation events. You've done some on Zoom, maybe you could do more, but actually the physical one now, maybe 2 or 3 of those over the course of the summer would be something that you could do that would demonstrate real consultation with AECOM, with the council officers.
Councillor Healy, I think you've made your point on that. We do have 2 more applications to consider, so I would like to move forward if we can. Councillor Chadwick.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just a point of clarification, that the reason I was going to look for deferment was the fact that we could go to hospitals in Hull or Cottingham, and listening to Councillor Tucker saying about he worked at Castle Hill and had no problems with that, and I'm sure that he worked there long enough to assess that. So I've changed my tack in as much as I'm more than happy now to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. I also worked at the hospitals and I didn't notice any problem with the boilers at the time. So where are we? Well, from my perspective, I recognise the concerns about the unknown, but this is technology that's been in use for some time, and it's in use in leisure centres now. There's 14,000, I believe, across the country, and it has been in use in the hospitals. I think it was 2020 they were installed, if I remember, somewhere around there. So it's not new technology, it's just new to neighbours in the area. You know, it does fit with our climate emergency. It's there in one of the recommendations. So I will be supporting this application. Can we go to the vote, please?
Certainly. So we have
sorry? I would like a site visit, please, on this.
What moves do we have?
Sorry, Councillor Greenwood interrupted there. Did she want, I don't know, do you want me to go through that? Yeah.
I think we had, one of the recommendations, I think, was for a site visit. I'm not sure. I don't know if that was seconded. Can you just remind me where we are?
So we have a proposal to defer the application. That was proposed and seconded, and we also have a proposal to approve the application. And we would have to take a vote, first of all, on the motion to defer.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Green, we don't have a recommendation for a site visit.
Fine, okay.
So go ahead and take the vote, Michelle.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to defer. The reason for that deferral was a need for more information, more resident consultation and proper noise assessment. And that was proposed by Councillor Healy and seconded by Councillor Norman. Members, please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion to defer? Councillor Chadwick.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
Against.
Councillor Scow.
Against.
Councillor Tucker.
Against.
Councillor Steele.
Against.
That motion to defer has been lost. 4-7.
Okay, so we have a move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve as set out. The officer recommendations are set out with the conditions are set out in the report. This has been proposed by Councillor Copsey and seconded by Councillor Tucker. Members, please state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion to approve. Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
Against.
Councillor Healy.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
Although I want it to be deferred for more information, I'm going to say for.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Scow.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
For.
And Councillor Steele.
For.
That's a lot.
So yes, that's carried and that's an approval 9-2.
Thank you. That application is approved. So if we can, we'll move on now to item number 12. Outline permission for erection of 2 detached dwellings with associated access, Martingate, Bridlington. Do we have any updates on this one, please?
Yes, I do just have an update just to confirm that this is a significant departure from the development plan. So if members were minded to approve, it would need to be by way of a referral to full planning committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can I just interrupt? I do have to go. I'm afraid I should be chairing a meeting at the Beverley Town Council.
Oh dear, I knew this. Sorry, Councillor Hill, I knew this was going to be a long meeting. So yes, your apologies accepted.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, everybody.
We have 2 speakers. Mr. Sellers, the applicant. Mr. Sellers, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mr. Sellers, you have 3 minutes and you'll be given a reminder at 30 seconds.
Thank you. Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I live at 187 Martingate, which is my family home, and I've lived there 4 years. If the application is successful, I intend to build the bungalow myself, and I also intend to stay at the property. Although the site is outside the development boundary, it's not open countryside. It's in a residential area. In fact, there's 8 bungalows that join the boundary of my property. Contrary to refusal number 2, the proposal is a self-contained within a large residential curtilage. Has it gone off? Oh, back. It would achieve the efficient use of an oversized garden, and it's often been allowed by the council, including other jobs on Martingate. The suggested layout has ample room for 2 dwellings, with no adverse impact, including overlooking or loss of privacy. And it's been approved by Highways and the local parish. Small quality housing developments like this, which can be delivered quickly, will support the council's COVID recovery strategy. In summary, these factors should be weighed against the element of the planning policy being outside the boundary. There are numerous cases where the council has allowed developments local to me, to be fair. There's one at the end of Martingate, 4 houses, and there's a care home being built in the field behind me on Jewson Lane, which is, I'm guessing, outside the line as well. So I just really ask if you could sort of look at this job on its own rights, because the plot is a good plot, but it is outside the boundary. So I'll leave that with you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Size. We also have a Miss Ward. Are you there, Miss Ward? Can you hear me, Miss Ward?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I can.
We can hear you now. So you have 3 minutes, and you're be given notice at 30 seconds. Start when you're ready.
Thank you very much indeed. Good evening. I'm Alexandra Ward, and I live at 189 Martingate, neighbouring the applicant's property. I wanted to convey to you the harm this proposed development would have on our property and our use of our garden. The committee will be well aware of the dangerous precedent set if this is allowed, contrary to the East Riding local plan, which defines the area as countryside. So I will concentrate on how this application affects us personally. We bought the house in 2010 because it had a large secluded garden, sense of space, and was not overlooked, as well as the designation as countryside. If we had been happy to live in an estate, then we would have purchased a property further into Bridlington for half the cost. However, we chose this house because we are very keen gardeners, and particularly it gave us space and privacy. The proposed development of these 2 4-bedroom properties will directly overlook our house and particularly our garden. A great deal of time and money has been spent over the last 10 years improving our garden and making it a private space to spend our time and enjoy. In the spring until late autumn, we use the garden more than the house. We have more than 200 roses, 3 ponds, 7 raised beds for growing vegetables, and many shrubs and trees. We have a summer house, many private seating areas which we enjoy all summer, all of which are likely to be overlooked and dominated by these 2 4-bedroom houses. The devastating impact of this application on myself and my husband's mental health cannot be overstated. A serious concern is also the proposed road access, as it is 5 metres from our bedrooms. Once the houses are built and occupied, not only will the passing traffic cause noise, but lights from passing vehicles in the night would directly shine into our bedrooms through a very thin hawthorn hedge. The proposed properties will drastically change the character of the area. We paid £510,000 for this house 11 years ago, and it's recently been valued at over 600,000. Shoehorning 2 homes into this will change the area. There are many other issues involved, which the committee will be aware of. In conclusion, we understand the applicant wishes to make money from building on his garden. However, we hope the committee accept the planning officer's detailed reasons to recommend refusal. We implore the committee also to refuse this application.
That's time, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chairman. This is actually in my ward, but reading the agenda and the notes and everything else, I find it very balanced. One of those applications which it's difficult to assess because on the one hand, the applicant, as the applicant said, on one side of his house or his garden, there are 6 or 7 properties, albeit they're bungalows, and on the other hand, the Mrs. Ward has said it's a garden and it's very difficult with the access. So I find it difficult to assess. So for the moment, I'll leave it at that. But I do have a balanced view. As I'll comment on later if need be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Tucker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think Councillor Chadwick hit the nail right on the head really when he spoke about this one, because it is very difficult to assess. It does sit beyond the settlement boundary of Bridlington, and I can understand the applicant's desire to put the housing in the back of here, but I also support the Speaker, Mrs. Ward, because people buy properties and they've got their right to privacy. So based on that, I'm actually going to move officers' recommendations to refuse this application, because I think the impact on those neighbours would be profound. So that's where I sit with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. And quite simply, I would like to second Councillor Tucker. I think, although, as Councillor Chadwick has said, that clearly there are some sort of arguments either way. I do feel that the applicant, and certainly is obviously trying to make some money out of this property. That can be done, but it's very clear that this is not in the local plan. It's area outside of the local plan. It would be. I don't see any justification, frankly, for giving go ahead for this. So I would move officers' recommendations also for a refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Norman.
Councillor Lee beat me to it. So yes, I would have been seconding Councillor Tucker's proposal for following the officer's recommendations. I think if it had come along as a single property in the back garden, then it would have looked a lot better, especially if there was a move for a lot more landscaping down the side. But yes, I would move. At least I'll accept the refusal. Thank you.
I've no more speakers.
Let's go to the vote.
I would also go for officer's recommendation on this. I think it's impacting on the amenity of the neighbours and of the host dwelling. So if no one else to speak, can we go to the vote, please?
Certainly. So we have a motion to refuse this application as per the officer recommendation. This has been proposed by Councillor Tucker and seconded by Councillor Lee. Members, please state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion to refuse. Councillor Chadwick.
Refuse.
So you're for this. Councillor that's fine. Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
For.
Councillor Jefferson.
For.
Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Norman.
For refusal.
And Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, for refusal.
Councillor Scow.
For.
Councillor Tucker.
For.
Councillor Steele.
For.
So that's unanimous and that's refused.
Thank you. Application is refused. And we turn to agenda item number 13. This is erection of 16 dwellings and associated access and parking, East End, Walkington. Do we have any updates on this?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, I do have updates on this one. Since we've gone to print the agenda, I've just got a couple of things to add and some further responses. And just in regards to Parish Council comments about disabled access to the hall, the village hall that is, and loss of parking to the side of the village hall for the library van, which relies on internet from the village hall. Whilst it's noted that the existing parking area is in the applicant's ownership, they are within their right to control that land and prevent access if they wished. The previous outline permission also included this piece of land. Proposed junction works would reduce the footpath to the front of the disabled access to the village hall, but sufficient space would remain for its use. And this is unchanged from the previous outline permission, where again, it was not considered an issue. We've had further responses, 10 in support and 2 in objection, which in summary raise the following points. In support, there is frustration at the length of time the site's not been developed, which has been thwarted by a small group of individuals. Permission should be granted as the site is in a good central location, has been allocated for several years, and is an untidy eyesore which should be developed. There is a good mix of dwelling sizes, energy efficient, and which will be sought after and sited away from the road, which will not affect the street scene. In the increase in house numbers is due to the inclusion of additional area from a previous application and is considered acceptable and well thought out. Access is at the slowest and safest point in the village, and they disagree with the objections about the access. We will provide parking within the site to mitigate that loss on East End. This would benefit the use and enjoyment of Village Hall in creating a drop-off point, would not affect access to the hall. The scheme would help support village amenities and jobs during construction and after. There are no objections from consultees, including highways, and the application meets local and national guidance for housing development. And the points in objection are this would result in yet more noise and disturbance during construction, affecting amenity and enjoyment of gardens, a severe impact on traffic in the village during construction and once complete. Despite an invitation to attend and address the meeting, they were unable to attend, but would like to address these concerns to the committee. Concern about resulting traffic from the development, if approved, this will cause problems it will cause for traffic in the general through the village, where not only do vehicles appear to ignore the 30 miles per hour speed limit, but also lorries from the Stone Edge quarry appear to travel through the village with loads exceeding the weight limit. Concerns with the highways department in the hope of getting them to request a traffic camera van in the village through the Humber Safer Roads teams, but in their reply they pointed to the small number of accidents in the village as a reason not to agree with the request. If the committee are minded to approve the application, would request that they ask the highway department to install some form of permanent crossing points in the village to provide safe places to cross, but help reduce incidents of speeding in the village by breaking up the flow. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Victoria. No speakers on this one.
We have the agent, yeah, sorry. The agent, Mr. Paul Butler.
Yes, I can't.
Sorry, Mr. I lost my list for the moment. You will have 3 minutes, and we'll give you notice at 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I seem to have lost the camera. The parish council object to the provision of new homes in the centre of the village, notwithstanding resident and local support across all age ranges. Members are asked to determine the application in accordance with the planning policies of the council. In reaching the recommendations of approval, your officers have taken into account all the objections which have been made and the changes which were made to the proposed development after the committee's last decision. The policy of the council is that the site should be residentially developed, and to refuse to grant planning permission will fly in the face of that policy. The precedent may, refusing to grant planning permission may set a precedent which may affect the council's 5-year housing land supply figures by the council not granting planning permission for an allocated site. The number and type of dwellings accords with both the council's policy and national policy. The proposed access and parking arrangements not only comply with the policies and requirements of the council as local highway authority, but has been consistently supported by the council's highway officers, one of whom so stated at an earlier meeting of the committee. The Conservation Area Officer is satisfied that the proposed development will not detract from the conservation area and raises no objection. There are no local or national policy reasons why planning permission should not be granted, and refusal to do so will lead to an appeal, sadly. Members are asked to accept the recommendations of their officers and to resolve to grant planning permission subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Can we go back to the full screen, please? Councillor Greenwood.
Yes, this is one of my resident villages. I've asked on numerous occasions for an engineer's report about the retaining wall by the village hall. This hasn't been, I've never had anything from anyone about this. I've asked on numerous occasions. It's been brought to my attention quite a few times by local engineers who are retired and live in Walkington, who are very concerned about the stability of this wall. Also, you know, the access to this site is very tight indeed. And the views, when you come out of that site, you cannot see what is coming from Beverley. And I know the highways are past it, but there is accidents waiting to be happening here. And I just can't go along with this. But because I just think it's not a safe in and out access. 2 cars can't go up and down each, one going up and coming down. One would have to wait for the other, as far as I can see on this plan. Thank you very much. And I have seen the site. That's all I can say on it at the moment. And I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenwood. Councillor Tucker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. This has been rattling around for some time now, this application. And I remember the last time it came to committee, I think it was quite unanimous really. We thought the 3-storey houses were overbearing at the back of the site. What I'm really pleased to see here is that the applicant has obviously worked with our officers on this and reduced those 3-storey houses down to 2-storey houses. And also they've created more parking spaces, which I think is very positive by the applicant. So overall, I'm very supportive of this. I've just got one question, and it probably isn't a planning issue, but I'll ask Victoria anyway. This wall, this retaining wall, and this was it conditioned before that there had to be a report of that back of the village hall? Because obviously that has damage, it's going to cause a big problem.
Through you, Madam Chairman, the issue about the retaining wall is not a planning issue as you've identified. It's basically a civil issue between landowners. If there's an issue with the stability of the wall as a result of the development, then that's a matter between the owners of the village hall site and the developers. But it's not something we can get involved in with planning. So obviously it's something that we'd have to leave to separate legislation, basically either Party Wall Act or other civil issues really. It wasn't previously conditioned though.
Okay, well, based on that, Madam Chairman, I'm going to move the officer's recommendations, which is to defer and delegate, because I think the applicant has worked with the officers, and I'm very pleased to see those 3-storey houses at the back of the site now being reduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tucker. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I concur with much of what Councillor Tucker's just said. Yeah, I'm encouraged that the applicant has worked with officers and reduced them down to 2-storey. We can't get involved with the highways issue, as highways haven't, they're happy with it. They're saying there's no issue with the access in and out of the site, however tight it may be. I hope that the applicant and landowner will, if there is an issue with the village hall and that retaining wall, that's something that'll happen in due course, and you know, and that gaping baskets, whatever needs to be done to shore that up, if anything's needed, that, you know, responsible builder would work with the village hall and sort that issue out if there indeed is an issue. So I'm more than happy to second this for approval after, well, obviously deferred for 106 and then officer approval after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. No one else? Okay, so we have it moved and approved for officers, seconded for officers' recommendation.
Defer and delegate, I believe, Chairman.
Well, I said officers' recommendation, which was defer and delegate, wasn't it?
Defer and approve.
Yeah.
Defer and approve, thank you.
Would you like me to go to the vote? Right, okay.
Yes, yeah.
So we have a motion to defer and approve this application as per the officer recommendation proposed by Councillor Tucker and seconded by Councillor Rogers. Members, please state whether you'll be voting for or against this motion. Councillor Chadwick.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Greenwood.
Abstain.
Councillor Jefferson.
Gone for a tea.
Gone for tea.
Not there, no.
Can't see her.
Councillor Lee.
4.
Councillor Norman.
4.
Councillor Rogers.
4.
Councillor Scow.
4.
Councillor Tucker.
4.
And Councillor Steele.
4.
Okay, so that's carried to defer and approve.
Thank you. Gosh, we are just about there, I think. There is one appeal to cover.
Yeah, very quickly, Madam Chairman. Fortunately, it's a short and simple one. This was an advert application. It didn't come before members. It was a delegated decision. It was for a freestanding wooden notice board at the church at Longriston. Unfortunately, we did have to refuse the application, and it was solely on the grounds of highway safety, because our highway officer had objected to the application on that ground. It's actually located on highway land. The applicant obviously decided to appeal that decision, and the inspector allowed the appeal, which I was quite surprised about given the highway advice, but they concluded they didn't consider there to be any severe impacts. Obviously, because it is highway land, the highway authority can stop the applicant from putting the sign there if they don't want it. So it may well be that they're unable to implement, but it was allowed on appeal simply because the inspector concluded that, based on the evidence he'd seen and his own observations, he didn't consider there to be any harmful impact. So it was allowed. And that was all we had for you this time, fortunately.
Fortunately, yes. Thank you. Right, it's been a very long day. So I'm not going to drag this on anymore.
Thank goodness for that.
Thank you all for holding
Can I make a request through you? Can I request our officers, if we ever have another long agenda like this, we split the day,